Cuties. Hey. Hey, trending. My little sis. Thank you guys for joining me for this late power hour. I think it's going to be about an hour or so, but let me just come in and say I am hot as fish grease. Mad. I got a copyright on my theme song. So this producer, oh my goodness, I can't even tell you guys how upset I am. I just made me a cup of coffee. It's gonna be a long night because I'm going in. I'm gonna have to edit some videos. So for the content creators, if you guys have had to go through something similar, you know how pressing that is. But I'm trying to beat YouTube to the punch, a whole hot mess. But anyway. So I know it's odd with me coming on without any type of music. I didn't feel like playing anything after that at all. But let me go back. So far, they gave me a copyright strike on one video, and it doesn't affect my channel, but still. Yeah, so I'll be up all night. But anyway, thank you guys for joining me. Come on in. Make sure you hit the like button. This live is more of a serious nature, very serious allegations against Diddy, Sean Combs, Puff Daddy, Brother Love, or whatever he go by. And I'm just gonna start off by saying I believe it. Okay. But I'm gonna go up and say some hellos again. Hello to my little sis trending. I know trending. You know, we got this understanding. You know, when I'm in your lives, I'm listening and can barely type. And I know I come a little late for you, but thank you for stopping through and joining me for however long you'll be here. Shout out to the cutie crew. Thank you guys for understanding. This is a hot topic, and I wanted to go ahead and get in here and give my thoughts on it. And we will have members only tomorrow. But hello, Deborah. Oh, this is so weird. I gotta have something in the background. Hold on, guys. Oh, I'm so mad. I don't know what to do. Let's see what. Let me see what this one is. Oh, child. I'm gonna have to go back to this old generic music until I can find out what the heck is going on. He was supposed to run all the licenses and MG. But anyway, hey Deborah, thanks for joining me. Hey Barbara, thanks for joining me. Hey Rimbas, hello Too Blessed for You. Hey Karen Carter. Hey Teresa. Pink Diva. What's going on, sis? Now, sis, you under here under Pink Diva, but that's quite all right. For the content creators in the house, you guys make sure you are following them. Pink Table Topics trending at some point. Good evening, Robin. Hey, Jesse. Hey, who said that? Hello. Dalvada. Is it Dalvada? OMG, the things that are about to come out is so unbearable and believable that someone could be so cruel. My heart hurts for Cassie. Absolutely. Mine does too. I have the full court document and it is absolutely disgusting. Okay. But we'll get into it. Hello to fabulous Linda Greer. Hey, Betty. Hey, Titi. Again, shout out to the cutie crew. Hello, Anna or Anna. Z Frenchie in the house. Hey, Z Frenchie. Hey, Mama V. Hello, Neighbor P. Titi, did I say hi to you earlier? A couple seconds ago. I think so. Hello, Liddell. Hey, let's be clear. Thanks for joining me. Let's be clear. I hope your eyes are feeling better. You got to let us know in members only tomorrow. All right. Hello, Teresa Wright. Hey, Megan. Okay, Megan, I understand. I understand if this is late for any of you guys. It's only 7:08 my time. but that means it's 8:08 Central, 9:08 Eastern, so I understand. But I thank you guys for stopping by and representing regardless. All right, sis, I see you done switched on over. Thank you, sis. All right, guys, we're going to get started. I'm so upset. I just made me a cup of coffee. Normally, I have me a little drink. Not tonight. My videos are going to look and feel so weird, but it is what it is. I got to do what I got to do. Hey, Tia P. All right. Yes, Teresa. Yes. Hello, Ethia. What a pain. I don't even want to keep talking about it because I'm so upset. I'm probably going to have to, thank goodness this was a slow month for me, but I'm probably going to have to go in and edit a good 50 videos. And I'm about 10 in. I edited. It's weird because I didn't get the strike at the start. Sometimes I play my music at the start. Oh my goodness, it's in my intro. Lord have mercy. I just thought about that. Oh, child. All right. Let me just write myself a note. For anybody, I'm going to apologize in advance that was going to go back and watch any videos. They are going to look weird. Oh, what a mess. But thank you again, guys, for joining me. We're going to go ahead and get started. Hey, LaDawn. Hey, sis. Hey, Delicia. Hey, darling. Hey, Shirley Ann. Hey, Sharice. Let's see. Hey, somebody's mama. Hey, Gloria. Hey, Stacy. Sherry McLean. Hello. I am blessed. Pecan Pam. Yes, ma'am, sis. We're going to talk about it. That's why this is an open panel. Hey, Kimbella. Because I want to hear you all's thoughts. I know mine may seem a little harsh, but I believe every bit. Every bit. And I dropped into Trending's live earlier today. That had been, I was working, so I wasn't on Instagram or anything like that. And that was the first that I heard of it. And I've gotten a little more info and all of that. And it's just a hot mess. Hey, Prosperity. Hey, Wavy Lady, Shirley Ann. But I want to talk about the similarities as well when it comes to older men with younger women, such as Mr. Martell Holt. We will discuss. Reese, the diva, thanks for joining me. Hey, Angela Richardson. Hello, Detrice. Now, I'm seeing some new names. If you guys are not subscribed, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We have a good time over here. We try to keep it drama free. We have debates where, everybody's not going to agree. I want to see if anybody in this chat tonight is going to give up a debate. Do we all believe Cassie? Oh, it's 10 in the tropics. Oh, wow. Oh, I wish I was in the tropics somewhere, child. Yes, Shirley Ann. Go grab you one because your night shouldn't be as long as mine. I knew I just dealt with a hostile BD and overly abusive guy. They need to go play in traffic. I'm going to start your comment, Wavy Lady. If you live life and depending on your dating pool, I think a lot of us, not to this extent, but we definitely, I can speak for myself, may have dealt with some controlling men. Older men, it don't matter the age, but a lot of the older men are controlling. So I'm going to stop this music. We're going to go ahead and get started. Hey, Deshonda, what's going on, sis? I voted for you yesterday or one day this week. But anyway, as I mentioned, yes, Sherry. Let me say, first of all, guys, with the allegations, there is a key word that we cannot put in the chat, and it rhymes with grape. Grape. So you guys should know what I'm talking about. Any other words that you may second guess yourself, try to, misspell them. That way we won't get any warnings or anything like that, or your comments won't be hidden. So yeah, anything that's a cuss word or anything, again, try to be mindful and just change the wording, or you know, try to switch it up a bit. But we have 219 people watching, 101 likes. If you guys can hit the like button for me, that would be great. And we're going to go ahead and get started. So if you guys were not hiding under a rug, and let me put at the end, because I want to make sure that I do put up a number for anybody that may have gone through anything similar. I want you guys to feel free and feel safe to click the link if you want to share your story. It's a power hour-ish, but I'm off work to the 18th, so we can go a little longer. Not too much longer. Hey, Veronica Monroe. Hey, Miss Reese. Hey, Girlfriend Chronicles. Hello to everybody. Hey, Lizzie. If you're coming in late, hello, hello, hello. Hey, Tennessee girl. Tennessee girl, where you been? I don't even know if I've seen you lately. Um, Sweet Tea and Dr. G. Shirley Ann. I do plan on, yes, it's an age difference, and guess what? Sweet Tea is complaining about the same thing that Dr. G is controlling. So it's a pattern for a lot of older men. As I mentioned, I experienced something similar. It wasn't abusive, but he was very possessive and very controlling, an ex of mine. But let's get started, guys. So if you guys have not been hiding under a rock, you guys know that Cassie has come out with some very, very damaging and serious allegations against Sean Diddy Combs. Now let's see. Let's do this like this. Let me see if I can switch this, guys. Okay, StreamYard, don't start. Why are you locked like that? Hold on. Is this not how it's supposed to be? Hold on, guys. Okay. It's just now dropping. And I'm looking at my phone to make sure you guys can see. And you can up real quickly. I am going to read a couple things from CNN. They did post an article. Geez Louise. What the heck? My computer is doing what it wants to do. So I apologize. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to put up. Oh my goodness. All right. So I'm trying to put up the copyright. Let's see. There we go. Because I will be, child. This is crazy. Hold on, guys. It's doing everything but what I wanted to do. But let me put up this copyright disclaimer. This is for fair use. We will be giving criticism. We are commenting. This is news reporting. And a whole lot of research was done when it comes to these court documents. So I'm going to read CNN first, and then I'm going to go over some of the court documents. It is, as I mentioned, disgusting. Okay. Absolutely disgusting. And I'm just going to say this before I even get into that. This is all alleged, but I believe this 1000%. There was always something about Cassie to me that gave afraid. She did not look happy at all. In most of the pictures of her and Diddy at all. And let's see, I have a picture, but I'll bring it up a little later. Let's see. Let's see. Let me just download it real quickly. But I wanted to show you guys, and I'll show you once I get to that. But Cassie, if you guys have been following them, as I mentioned, never looked happy, always looked like she had some type of fear going on. Um, I'll say off top a similarity that I noticed, and I made sure to put Martell in this title is Cassie wasted a lot of years, a whole a lot of years, and we know we come out here and try to give coleslaw just words of advice and wisdom and life experiences, and she's one that's gonna have to learn the hard way, which she is. But let's go ahead and read this. According to CNN, and the title, you guys can see he's accused of abuse and the R word in a lawsuit filed by Cassie. So they said producer and musician Sean Combs was sued in federal court in New York today, Thursday, by his former girlfriend Cassandra Ventura, who alleges she was raped and subjected to years of repeated physical and other abuses by Combs. The complaint obtained by CNN alleges Combs lured Ms. Ventura into an ostentatious, fast paced, and drug fueled lifestyle and into a romantic relationship with him within 2 years of the pair meeting in 2005. He signed her to his Bad Boy record label. Cassie claims in the suit that he exerted his power and influence. Now, I know that in our eyes, you guys just keep a tab and keep a note and make sure when you click the link, because I want to know how you guys feel when it comes to similarities. But she said that he exerted his power and influence. That's similar to me to Martell, even though a lot of us with sense know that he does not have that type of power. He does over coleslaw. Absolutely. But Cassie said that he did that throughout the course of their professional and romantic relationship. She was 19 when she met Combs, he was 37. And their business relationship lasted until 2019. The complaint details claims that Combs was physically violent towards Ventura, controlled all aspects of her life. There's another similarity. Controlled all aspects of her personal life, introduced her to a lifestyle of excessive alcohol and substance abuse, and forced her to engage in various sex. How am I going to say sex? X acts. So if I say X, I put the S in front of it. X acts with other men during that time. Sharice Christian, absolutely, I do too. Cassie alleges that after she tried to end their relationship in 2018, he forced his way into her home and R word her. Now she's a mother of two children and claims in this suit that she struggled with addiction to drugs and alcohol. That were established and fueled by Mr. Combs throughout the course of their relationship. The complaint states that Ventura still suffers from immense emotional distress and that at one point she checked into an inpatient rehabilitation center after having ooh, ooicide thoughts linked to abuse. So I want to make sure I put that too. Hold on. At the end of this video. So that's just a quick little breakdown from CNN. And as I mentioned, I believe it. Okay, A. Williams, I'm going to have to check it out. I was up last night listening to, my goodness, what is his name? Oh, MG. Well, he dropped a bomb on Tasha K last night. Oh, I wish I remembered his name. If you guys know who I'm talking about, put it in the chat. So Storm Monroe was also a part of that panel and all of that last night. Some big Tasha K's assistant, long-term assistant, has turned on her and they say that, yes, CTV. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I don't want to get into that. Thank you, Rashida. Thank you, thank you. Okay, but anyway, as I mentioned, I do have the court documents, and it is very, very damaging. Let me make sure this is it. It's long, but I do want to read some of this to you guys because I want you guys to really, really understand and hear and see the seriousness of this. But I want to say this real quick. Diddy, in my opinion, is a predator. He is no different than R. Kelly, no different than Martell Holt. And even though we know Martell, we don't know as far as the nature of what's going on behind closed doors. But as far as the controlling aspect and, getting a young victim, that's what they do. R. Kelly and Diddy, to me, um, are very, very alike. And these rumors, not about Cassie, has been going around for years when it comes to Diddy. There was another young lady that was dating him at one point that spoke out to Tasha K a couple years ago. And she said almost some of the same things that Cassie said. But this is a trigger warning. Yes, sis, Audrey O'Day. I got that coming up. Audrey has been talking about it. Aubrey, excuse me, has been talking about it for years. For years. But look, I just need to get this out before I forget. There's always been something about Diddy to me. And I don't know how you guys feel, and you guys can let me know when I drop this link a little later. Um, I, these are my own personal opinions only. I have always felt that Diddy played a hand in Kim Porter. And I hate to say it, but that is how I feel. That is how I feel. You know, her passing was from out of nowhere, seemingly healthy young lady. And they also said that she was at the point where she was ready to speak out against Diddy. So that's alleged. That's just my opinion. But I've always felt that way. Very, very suspicious circumstances that she passed under. Yeah. So, I see a couple people agree. All right, we're gonna talk about it in a minute. But yeah, no different than R. Kelly. And Martell definitely has these traits. And I can guarantee you this, if Martell had more money, it is my opinion that he would most likely find himself in this. He still may. Because like I said, Coleslaw is holding a lot of secrets, okay? And as far as her saying that she's willing to do anything to please him, yeah, that's scary. But anyway, as this court doc says, trigger warning. This document contains highly graphic information of an actual nature, including SA. So I'm not going to read everything, but I am going to comb through, and I wish I would have had time to highlight everything. But I'm not sure if you guys remember this. In 2022, um, Diddy received the Lifetime Achievement Award at the BET Awards. And during his acceptance speech, he stated, I have to give a special shout out. Thank you, love, to the people that was really there for me. He named a number of people before adding, and also Cassie for holding me down in the dark times. Love. And yeah, she held him down. But as this states, Cassie was held down by Mr. Combs and endured over a decade of his violent behavior and disturbed demands. For Miss Ventura, the dark times were those she spent trapped by Mr. Combs in a cycle of abuse, violence, and trafficking, among other violent and unlawful acts. She stated that Mr. Combs R word Cassie in her own home after she tried to leave him. He often punched, beat, kicked, and stomped on Miss Ventura, resulting in bruises, busted lip, black eyes, and bleeding. He blew up a man's car after he learned that he was romantically interested in Cassie. And that man has spoken out, and I'll get to that a little later. And he said it absolutely happened. So he spoke out today. But he forced, I'm just going to say Cassie, to engage in X acts with male ex workers while pleasuring himself and filming the encounters. You guys know that rumors when it comes to Diddy, being on the down low, has been going on for quite some time. Again, I'm reading from a document. This is alleged. He ran out of his apartment with the Pow Pow in pursuit of a rival industry executive whom he learned was nearby, controlling, demanded that Cassie carry his Pow Pow in her purse just to make her uncomfortable and demonstrate how dangerous he is. He introduced Cassie to a lifestyle of excessive alcohol and substance abuse and required her to procure illicit prescriptions to satisfy his own addiction. This is a history, all that's next, of when she met him. Again, she was 19 years old and she is 37 now. But he did sign her to the label. What else? Because it's long and I don't want to read it all. But he asserted complete control over Cassie's personal and professional life, thereby ensuring her inability to escape his hold. Power control. Power. Throughout their relationship, he was prone to uncontrollable rage and frequently beat her savagely. They were witnessed by his staff and employees of Bad Boy Entertainment. When it comes to all of these witnesses, there is one person that I've seen so far that spoke out about that, but I'm hoping, well, two, but I'm hoping that there will be more. But he reminded Cassie of his ability to cause serious harm, whether by requiring her to carry his pow pow in her purse or blowing up the car of a musician that was romantically interested in Cassie. Adding insult to injury, he used those illegal substances and threats of violence to force her into repeated, unwanted sexual encounters with male ex workers. How disgusting. How disgusting. So they said that over the years, she tried to escape his tight hold over her life. She was unsuccessful for a lot of years. When she believed that she had finally separated from him, from her longtime abuser, she joined him for dinner, after which he forced himself into her home and R word her while she repeatedly said no and tried to push him away. Hey, Tyra. Hey again to all of you guys that's joining me. Thank you so much. 417 watching. Thank you guys for joining me for Survival of Sean Diddy Combs and the similarities of Mr. Martell Holt. But anyway, Cassie ended up saying that she has fully escaped Diddy, but the harm that the assaults and sexual abuse he caused her to experience for nearly a decade will forever haunt her. She has required intensive medical and psychological care to recover from the trauma she lived through. Um, Cassie, you're suing for too low. Let me say that real quick, and I'm gonna read a little more. That amount is not enough. She's suing for 30 mil, and I would have sued for a minimum of at least 250 mil. That's minimum. Um, period. But anyway, it's like I said, damaging information in this court document. She is seeking monetary relief against him, stating that he violated federal oh my goodness, trafficking laws, and a lot of different states that this abuse happened in. Happened in New York, happened in California, it happened in Florida. And different laws for different states. Now, in that CNN article, there was the New York Adult Survivors Act that went into effect in late November 2022, and it allows adult survivors of SA to sue their abusers in New York, even if the statute of limitations on their claims had expired. And this new law, which was only supposed to be in effect for 1 year, is set to expire on November 24th. So Cassie struck while she could, and I'm glad that she did. Let me go over when it comes to these male prostitutes. He actually had her being the one that was soliciting them. Let me put this picture up. When it comes to Cassie, for me, Cassie went through a weird stage, I felt, as far as her looks. Now, look, she's a pretty, gorgeous girl, okay? Gorgeous girl. But when she got into this stage here, it was the tomboyish stage. And, she was dressing like a man, in my opinion, the baggy clothes and the haircuts and all of that. I think that was to please him. I think that was to please what he really like, in my opinion, and according to the rumors, which are men. But even if you guys look at these pictures here, she don't look happy. She does not look happy. This one here is a awkward picture. And for me, Diddy is continuing on his predatory ways. And this is what I mean when I say that he's similar to R. Kelly. R. Kelly was just a damn fool because he was off on those charges initially. And the last thing that he was supposed to do was go back and start dating young women, 19 years old, 18 years old, because they legal. You should have been 30 years and up. Diddy is the same thing. So we know that. And we'll get into more of the documents once I drop the link, but let me share this. Diddy is dating Young Miami. Okay. What they put in the court documents as well. He asked Cassie to call him Pop Pop. So you guys know most times kids call their granddaddies Pop Pop. You know what I mean? Cassie calls him Poppy. But I just wanted to share this when it comes to Cassie because about a month ago, I think this was in September. Yeah, September. Cassie was talking about how Diddy, let me take this conversation off the screen. Hold on 1 second. Oh, my computer acting funny. I hope it's not because all those edits I'm doing. But Cassie said Diddy don't go to sleep when it comes to them having X. Oh, Rashida. Good point. Kim Porter passed on November 15th, 2018, and now is November 16th, 2023. Wow. Wow is all I can say. But anyway, let me go back to this real quick. Yeah, Cassie said he don't go to sleep. And Cassie, I got news for you, girl. And a lot of older women, a lot of women can probably say this, especially about some older men. If they able to go on and on and on and on, I can guarantee you they on something. Okay, they on something. And Cassie did allege that some of the um, drugs that they took, were enhancement um, drugs. But this chick is crazy. Allegedly, he urinated on Young Miami, and I guess she enjoyed a golden shower. But it's people on Instagram that got some questions for Young Miami. And this is what I don't get when it comes to Young Miami. Young Miami came with a little money. Her and JT of the City Girls. That was Carisha that said that. That's what I said, Deshonda. Young Miami. That is Carisha. Unless y'all talking about something. Unless you're talking about something else. Um. Yes, Jaguar, right as well, Tawanda. A lot of people been talking about this for years, but this is what I'm praying for Cassie, and I hope that she takes this all the way. A part of me feels like he's gonna settle with her out of court, but I noticed a change in Cassie for the better when she got married, and her husband don't play. So her husband was, speaking out on Instagram for quite some time when it comes to Diddy. So I'm assuming that she shared with him some of the things that she went through. Um, okay, A. Williams. I will watch when we get done. Well, when I get done editing them doggone videos. Yes, she has Tennessee girl, and that's what I don't understand because her and JT were already signed. They already had money. Um, geez, the guy sold his portion. Who were they signed to? I could see him in my head. Oh goodness, he got a baby by Lyra Galore. But anyway, they were signed to him. They had money. It was no need for this. And Diddy should have been with Young Miami's mama. Young Miami's mama is a pretty lady and more his age. So, that's predatory to me when you choose to quality control. Thank you. When you choose to only seek out these younger women, number one, is because you can control him. Yes, Pierre Thomas. Thanks to Shonda. Pierre, and yes, his last name is Thomas. But yeah, Pierre, anybody under his record label, they were paid big time. It wasn't like back in the day where the record labels was taking everything. He's one of the few that made sure that his artists were taken care of. But as I mentioned, as far as the document, we'll go into more when I share the link, drop the link. But before I go to Instagram, I want to say again, thank you guys for joining me. Please make sure to hit the like button. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and get into what was said on Instagram. We'll get into more of the documents and I'm curious to hear what you guys got to say. I'm praying for Cassie, and like I said, I hope she takes it all the way. But let me go ahead. This is again copied under copyright, section 107. This is courtesy of Neighborhood Talk, and I just want you guys to see how many people have started already the first day of this lawsuit to come out and support Cassie. So the musician that Diddy blew up his car was Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi. And according to Kid Cudi, where is he? He confirms Cassie's claims that his car blew up after Diddy's threats. He said this is all true. All true. So, yeah, he said that through a spokesperson. So, in the court papers, I didn't read that part, or maybe I did. I think I did. But Cassie said that in early 2012, Mr. Combs grew so angry about her dating the rapper Kid Cudi that he said he would blow up the rapper's car. Around that time, the suit says, Kid Cudi's car exploded in his driveway. And through a spokeswoman, he confirmed. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? You guys know we mentioned earlier Aubrey O'Day. Before I get to Aubrey, you guys know that 50 is definitely going to seize the moment so he can poke at Diddy. 50 don't like him at all. And he's one of them that said a couple things. So he said, damn, brother love, brother love, brother love. You out here looking crazy as a MFer. Laughing my A off. Um, yeah. But Audrey O'Day, who was a part of the group Danity Kane, who had an epic record, um, naturally, Aubrey is speaking out as well. And she said, I stay trying to tell y'all. I stay trying to tell y'all. So I'm not going to play the audio of that. But again, all of this is from Neighborhood Talk. So if you guys haven't seen it, make sure to go ahead and take a look. Before I read what Diddy had to say, they are joking and throwing shots at Young Miami. So they asked her, "Are you single now?" You know, she had a baby. He had a baby on her. She gossip said she been single, which she have, but for the love of money, child, for the love of money, I think that's why Young Miami was with him. Why I don't know. But this person here is was Cassie's personal assistant. And I've heard of this guy before, Dexter James, but he goes by Dexter James Media, and he put it's all true. I seen it with my own eyes as her personal assistant. It was sad to watch, but I'm happy she is good now and speaking out. So this is a beautiful thing as far as these witnesses that can, make sure to be there for Kathy. Lord have mercy, Cassie, if and when this goes to trial. A part of me, like I mentioned, feels that Diddy is going to settle. And yeah, I wouldn't have filed for 30 million. I'm sorry. No way. But just to be fair, let me go ahead and read this. Thank you again to Neighborhood Talk for putting everything together. But it says Diddy's team is slamming the allegations. His attorney said Mr. Combs vehemently denies these offensive and outrageous allegations. For the past 6 months, Mr. Combs has been subjected to Ms. Ventura's persistent demand of 30 million under the threat of writing a damaging book about their relationship. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. And if she was, because that's like extortion. That's extortion. So it's not a persistent demand. I think his attorneys would have said she's been trying to extort him. So I don't believe it, but he said that it's blackmail. Despite withdrawing her initial threat, Ms. Ventura has now resorted to filing a lawsuit riddled with baseless and outrageous lies, aiming to tarnish Mr. Combs's reputation and seeking a payday. Pay the girl for her pain, okay? She deserves it. She deserves it. Oh, Miss Nebraska, you said, I wonder if Cassie was black, would she have had the openly support from people in the industry the same? We shall discuss. We shall discuss. But before I drop the link, let me just say this. Let me go back and take this down first. A large majority of powerful men, this is just my opinion, prey on younger women. They do. Um, and it's been out in the open for quite some time. Unfortunately, when people come from backgrounds where they don't have money, Ariane Curry, or I was gonna say things of that nature. But if they don't have it like these men that they're dating, then naturally they feel like they've struck gold. Most times they're willing to do anything to stay on that ride. I mentioned the other day that Coleslaw refuses to get off the roller coaster, and she gonna find herself just like Cassie. Cassie, similar to Coleslaw. Now, let me go ahead and say this: Cassie knew that Diddy was with Kim Porter. And although I feel like the majority of the times that I saw pictures of them, it was awkward and she didn't look happy, I do believe her. I do believe that he, controlled her. And I do believe that he did the things that she's saying that she did. But my advice to ladies is, did you, Rashida? My advice to any, no matter the age, any lady that's going through a situation where you feel like you're held captive. Coleslaw said that Martell want her to stay in the house, out of her own words. That's what she said. Coleslaw knows that it don't feel good. She refuses to leave. Similar to Cassie. Now, I'm not going to say Cassie refused to leave because Diddy most definitely got power and money and resources and all of that. So, it's a little more tricky when you're on that level. But look, the first break you get, whether that's, hey, baby, I'm going home to visit my mom, don't take your ass back. That's just my opinion. But yeah, the similarities in the women, Cassie wasted her life, a large part of her life. Thank God that she's married now. She has kids. She did say that because of her children, mentally, she's well back on the path to feeling much better than she was in the past. But yeah, she wasted 13 years. We know Coleslaw on a decade. And what these type of men do is they try to isolate you. They try to isolate you. And just think about it. You don't see Coleslaw out with friends, you know, out with friends, going partying, going shopping, going here, going there. Hers is she's still in the obsessed stage to me when it comes to Martell, and that's her life. When I saw the video of them at the basketball game, my thought was it's a school night where the kids. How you in Atlanta and Paris supposed to be living with you? We know that's a lie. But you in Atlanta at a basketball game in the middle of the week. Where the babies? Where's Knox? So she's willing to drop off them kids to whomever, as long as she can spend some time with Mr. Martell Holt. And although there is a big, big difference, Rena, not too much. The only difference is the power and the money that Diddy has, the power and the money that R. Kelly had. If Martell had that type of money, I can guarantee you Coleslaw, she's always been one of several women and will continue to be, but it would have been on a whole different level. Whole different level. So I see a lot of similarities. Surviving Diddy, I think, is on its way. I do think that this will cause other people, number one, to come out and speak if they've already spoken. It will cause them to be believed. Diddy will go broke, in my opinion, trying to pay off everybody. As I mentioned, the young lady that spoke with Tasha K a couple years ago, she mentioned abuse. She mentioned a whole lot. And he made her look like she was crazy. She even got into it with Young Miami when Young Miami started dating him. We know that in all of this that was going on, he had a baby by somewhere else that just popped out. It's so sad. So I'm going to drop the link because I do want to hear you all's thoughts. We will give this another probably less than, well, about an hour. So if you do come up, um, Please be mindful of your time. But if not, child, I will remind you because as I mentioned, I will have to get off of here. What am I doing? Go here. Oh, duh. Get off of here and get back to editing videos. Editing videos. Unbelievable. But let me go ahead. Let me copy this link. And to anybody in this chat, or if you know anybody, if you are experiencing SA, domestic DV, any form of abuse, speak up, speak out, use your resources. Number one, tell somebody. Make sure that somebody knows what you're going through. Please. And get out. Get out. Like Mildred said, don't get caught up. It's easy to get caught up. Now, I'm just going to give a little bit more of my little story. Let me pin this link. As I mentioned, it wasn't physically abusive, and I was young. But what I do know is he sort of used his power. Child was walking around in mink coats and driving luxury vehicles. A pick of the litter when it comes to that and money and shopping and all of this, and that's how they do it. That's how they get you. Please believe me. Um, and as I aged, I kind of knew that, that man had control over me. So I wasn't completely isolated or anything like that. But I'm able to recognize, and I was able before I even turned 30, what was going on in that situation. And like Mildred said again, don't get caught up. Get out, get out, get out. Absolutely, A. Williams. That's their thing. Okay. That is their thing. Um, but let me go ahead and welcome a couple people backstage. Let me make sure this is Hannah Grace. Is this you, Hannah?
Hey, how's it going, QT and cuties? I'm here.
All right, Hannah. Thanks for joining me, and thank you for your recommendation to save my lemon tree. So I did order it. I am guilty of using the other fertilizer too. I tried, but I don't think I dug a big enough hole. But anyway, thank you, Hannah. Thank
Oh,
you
you're
so
welcome.
much. All right. Next up is Deshonda. Hey, sis.
Hey sis, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
That's good. That's good. All right. Well, I'm going to start with you guys, and I'm going to go through and highlight more of this document while you're speaking. But Hannah Grace, wait, hold on, Hannah. We got somebody else. Okay, Tawanda, I see you. Let me go ahead and let Tawanda up as well. Hey, Tawanda.
Yeah. Hi. Whew.
Hello, hello. Yes, they do,
Hi.
Mildred. Hey, Tawanda. All right, thanks for joining us. And we are going to start with Hannah Grace. Hannah, your thoughts on this. And also, I would like you to answer once you're done speaking on Diddy, if you feel like there are any similarities when it comes to who we talk a lot about, Mr. Martell Holt.
Okay. I don't really think that I'm in a position to really speak on this because when I saw the Bill Cosby, what happened to him 20, 30 years later, I have a biased opinion about people that wait a long time before they file these charges. And a lot of times
Mhm.
people get caught up with, just saying, just trying to set people up. So I don't know all the particulars, but I will say that if it's been 5, 6 years ago and he did all of that, I just wish people would, and I know people don't always come forward.
Mhm.
That's, I understand that. And a lot of
Mhm.
times, some of this stuff might be true, and some of the stuff may be that these people participated in it because that's what they wanted to do. So I'm not in a position to really speak because I am biased when it comes to this, especially if they waiting 10 and 20 years. I don't like that. So,
Well, let
but
me say this. You can speak. Speak on your thoughts on that. If you feel like, hold on, Hannah. Let me make sure this Mildred real quick. Mildred, is this you?
Yes, it's me. How y'all
Hey,
doing?
Mildred. Hello, hello. And Girlfriend Chronicles.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey.
Hello, all.
Thanks for joining me. All right, real quickly, Hannah, and I'm sorry, Hannah, you know I do this, but Hannah, you always give me a debate, and I love it. But real quickly, 473 people watching. Thank you guys so much. Please hit the like button for me, and if you're watching from the bushes, drop down and chit chat with us, and get a part of, become a part of the conversation. But Hannah, I think that
Mhm.
you are, if even if you're speaking against or you don't believe it or whatever, tell us that. Is that what you're saying? That you really don't believe it, or she
Well,
shouldn't be able to bring up these charges since it's been years?
no, what I'm saying is I haven't looked at all of the evidence. I did see Trending doing something on it, but I cut it off because when I
Mm,
hear these type cases, especially when we got these women, and I know black men do this stupid stuff and they get caught up in these situations by themselves. But then you also have people that put themselves in the position to, I'm not saying, and don't y'all get me wrong, I'm saying if I'm a young woman and a man come to me and want to give me all this money or whatever, I'm participating in that. So
mm-hmm,
I can't come back 20 years later and say, well, this man did all of this stuff to me when I participated in it. And I'm saying that's why I don't like to speak on it, because I know that there are people that's sensitive to that. And they say, well,
mm-hmm,
you
mm-hmm,
know, when, okay. That's the only reason I'm saying I can't speak on this particular case. This woman that married again, now she asking for $30 million. Okay,
mm-hmm,
if it wasn't all about the money and you want justice, leave the money off and then tell me you want justice. Then I might be able to buy off on it a little bit better. But a lot of times I think these people are motivated by money. That's just me. And I could be wrong. I'm going to look more into the case. Now, if he did something that, she knew this man was crazy or whatever, and if she putting out all these allegations, and you so stuck in that position that you can't get out of it. And I see what you're saying about Martell and coleslaw. The same thing.
mm-hmm,
I don't think that I don't know what's wrong with. I think Martell and coleslaw got mental problems. So that means that if that's the problem, if that's the reason, they got mental problems. This lady coleslaw has some significant problems to
mm-hmm.
continue to deal with this man year after year after year and let him keep
Hannah, have
calling.
you have you heard of grooming? Which I'm sure you have, how men can groom. And in the comments, guys, let's just respect, because she said that, she knows that there are people that's gone through this, and we just want to be able to have a debate. We know that Hannah is a girl's girl, but I want to make sure that let's just respect each other's opinion. But Hannah, grooming is when they start young, and you're not even in your the right frame of mind to leave. But go ahead, I'm gonna let you say what you say.
Right. And see what I could buy it off on that if coleslaw wasn't as slick as she is. Coleslaw already had a baby when she met Martell. She knew she was playing this game because she wants what she wants. It wasn't in this case. I don't see any grooving. I see that she wanted what she wanted, and Martell was there to give her what she wanted, a car or whatever. And then she decides that, hey, I'm not going to get out of this. And yes, he probably did buy her stuff and all that. But at some point, she got to wake up and say, look, I'm 30 something years old. I'm still doing this. So that let me know that it's not grooming anymore. It's a choice. Now, if it was grooming 10, 15 years, or when she met him, she was 24, so it hadn't been quite 10 years yet. 5 years, at the 5 year mark, and he kept coming back and forth. He done divorced the wife. You still there. You still doing the same thing after he dated Sheree and everybody else. That's not grooming. That's this lady making a choice because she wants what she wants. And she deliberately got pregnant by that guy again when he had just had a baby by his wife. Don't tell me that that's not planned. And I know Martell had all of this because somebody was on her line one day before Martell and Melody got a divorce, and they told her, next time if that end come back, you need to get pregnant by him. That's what she did. So that's not grooming. Again, she probably, and when she was younger, she was out, I don't know, girl, but like I said, but for the women that think that I'm not, that I have a left, what,
No, no, I just saw one
what I
comment
say?
that said
Okay,
wow, and
right.
they probably weren't even talking about you. So
Well,
nobody in
yeah,
the chat said anything that
and
I
I
said.
certainly understand women who have gone through this, but and again, at some point you have to make your own mind up. And even with R. Kelly and all that, yes, he did all that foolishness. And then there's women that keep on coming back, and like you say, it's grooming. It's grooming. But again, sometimes we got to take responsibility for what we do in the situation too. So, and if they're young kids like teenagers, I can see. But when you're a grown woman and you make these decisions like that, then you come back years later and say, I want $30 million. I'm suspicious of that. Now, I'm not saying she didn't go through any of that. That's not what I'm saying. But if
Mhm.
P. Diddy did that, he need to get punished, and she need to get that $30 million. But now, can you really fully say that she did this guy did all of this stuff to her without evidence? That's all I'm saying. You got to be
Well,
able to,
yeah,
to defend yourself
well, and
against
let me
allegations.
speak to that. Let me speak to that. She
Mhm.
has evidence. So she has pictures. They said of after he put his hands on her, bruises and all of that, and she has witnesses. Um, hold on, Hannah. Is this you,
Mhm.
LaDawn?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Hey,
Thanks for
LaDonna.
joining us.
Hey, y'all.
So she has witnesses, she has pictures. But I did want to read what Pink Diva said. I don't think that there's a timeline on trauma. We have to get out of that mindset because that's why women are afraid to come out and speak their truth. I agree with that. I agree. But go ahead, Hannah.
I did not. I
Um,
did say that. I said there's no timeline. But what I'm saying is when people 30 years later come back and try to accuse me of something that I can't defend myself against, then I have a problem with that. And I think everybody on this panel will have a problem with somebody saying
but that
30
is a
years ago,
timeline.
you
But
hit.
that's still a timeline, Hannah. 30 years, no matter the years, that's still setting a timeline. That's to you, that's too late to say anything.
No, it's not too
No?
late to say anything. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm
Okay.
saying it's too late for you to come and charge me for $30 million when I can't defend myself against something 30 years ago. You can tell me I did it. If you got evidence, then take me to the court of law. But don't,
That's what
That's
she
what
did.
she's doing.
huh?
That's what she's doing.
No, I'm saying if you have evidence, not that if you got a picture of me hitting you, that's not $30 million worth of so it's got to be something else that she's accusing him of.
Oh no, him. No. So you're saying that you need, well, and let me say this too. Allegedly, he paid off a hotel that had security footage of him doing this to her. I think the hotel was in Atlanta. Again, the document is long. I read it all. We'll have to go over in members only because it's something else. But I'm confused. Somebody just put, okay, Tyra said I'm confused. I'm confused too because if you're saying that there should be no timeline, it don't matter the years. If she has pictures and if she has witnesses, there's the proof. So what else is needed?
No, what I'm saying is you can tell me that the trauma was there. Someone did all of this to me
Uh-huh.
in counseling. I get counseling and all of that. That was a problem. But when you're taking me to a court of law, how am I to defend that? 30 years
Who?
ago is all I'm saying.
You defended by not have done it.
That's how you defend it. Thank you. Who is that? Mildred or Deshonda? Oh, who was that? Girlfriend's Chronicle?
That was not me.
That was Girlfriend Chronicles. Yes, ma'am.
Girlfriend's Chronicle.
I was
Okay.
trying to wait my
Yeah.
turn. I had no
Okay.
other way. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
I'm
Be
sorry, Miss
patient.
Hannah.
Be patient. You fine. You fine.
No,
But
I
no,
mean I
that
just wanted to get that out, but that's what I
yeah,
wanted to
that
say. I was gonna wait.
right.
So
And
let me ask.
I was gonna say that's his issue. That's not hers. So I'm not gonna not speak out, no matter how long ago it was, um, because you may not have evidence. The evidence is my records of everything that happened. The evidence is the mental fragility that she's been in for all these years. The evidence is this this man almost unalived her by his actions, in a sense. She wanted to commit, you know, aside, all of that. So,
Okay, let me
just
just say.
because is again because you're sticking to a timeline. So
No,
if it
let
was
me just
3
say it
years,
like this.
would you be okay with it? If she
I'm
spoke
gonna
out 3 years later, or is that too long?
no. The timeline. Let's take time off of the table for now. The only thing I'm saying is, if somebody said I did something to them 15 years ago, and they say, "Well, she did that to me 15 years ago," I don't remember anything. How am I to defend that? I'm putting myself in someone's shoes. Now, again, people can do what they feel that they need to do. I'm just saying, if I was in that position, I would have a problem with. Now, if I hit you and I did something to you, yes, bring me to court, and that's what she's doing. But I'm saying, there's some cases people make up stuff, and then you can't defend yourself in a court of law or even in a civil court. Now, again, if he did it, yes, take him to court, get your money, but don't. I'm just saying, there are people that will bring up charges against you. We see Martell tried to set Melody up. So people
Mm-hmm.
not always up on the up. He created false evidence that this woman was with another man and tried to get somebody else to put that information out just to destroy this woman. People do stuff like that. And I
Yeah.
wouldn't want to find myself in a position like that. That's why I could see both sides of it. I haven't seen the
Mhm.
evidence. I haven't heard it, and none of
Yeah.
that.
We
So
both
once
got
I go and look at it, then I might have a different, point of view about it.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, I respect your opinion, but and I see all throughout the chat, Stockholm syndrome is real, absolutely. And you have to look at, there's a lot of people that's been saying this. So, you got to look at the history. I know you mentioned Bill Cosby. Look, I loved the Cosby Show. Do I think that every woman that's come out was lying? No. And if the law supports them coming out 10 years later, 20 years later, or however many years later, so be it. I think that um, if they continue to convict men or women that do this type of stuff, then maybe eventually people would see, oh, that could happen to me. I'm not even gonna go down that route. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, she young, but I'm not gonna go. So if the law supports it, so be it. So I hear you, Hannah, and I get it.
No,
And
I agree. I agree. But like I said, I'm not. That's why I say I'm really not in a position, because I've seen people lie on people before and get away
mhm,
with it. So I mean, in every case, you're not going to be able to defend yourself 30 years later. Is all I'm saying.
mhm.
And then you'll end up in prison. And then his conviction was overturned for some reason. So
Who?
Bill
Whose?
Cosby, when Bill Cosby, didn't he get out of jail for something? I don't know.
It
I don't
wasn't
know the particulars
overturned
because
though.
I did not follow the case.
Yeah, it wasn't
It was a
overturned.
medical. He medical.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't overturned. But and look, I felt for Bill Cosby. Um, I felt for him because of his age. But again, you do the crime, you gotta do the time. And Cassie, you would have to, I think, have followed their career, and I did. And like I mentioned in the start of this video, there was always something about her that just gave me scared while with him. Scared, you know. So, excuse me. But good points, Hannah. We're going to swing over to Deshonda. We're going to come back up because we definitely going to talk more about the similarities when it comes to Mr. Holt, thank you for mentioning. And that's a clear similarity to me too. Um, somebody driving. But that's a similar that's a similarity to me too. You know, when it comes to these women, and again, the age doesn't matter, that they just want to please these men, they're willing to do anything. And in the case of Martell, with what he wanted Coleslaw to do against Melody, she wanted to please him. You know, so that grooming and that mental manipulation is real. It's real. And most times that keeps these women quiet and silent for years. Then, when they build up the strength and the courage and they feel protected and they know that they are now in a place where this man's money and power can't harm me, then they ready to speak out. So just my point. But great points, Hannah. We're gonna swing back over. Deshonda, before I get to you, let me read a couple comments. Again, thank you guys for joining me for this late night live. I appreciate you guys. 490 people watching. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button. Shout out to my cutie mods in the house, Pink Table Topics and Tyra. Thank you guys for joining me. All right. Wavy Lady said that I knew I just dealt with a hostile BD and am over these abusive guys. They need to go play in traffic. I think I may have read that. Sharice, you said I was married to a man who thought he was going to isolate me from my family. He was abusive verbally and physically. I started thinking about taking him out. I knew then it was time to go. Yes, ma'am. Also start a paper trail. Yes, sometimes that could take years, Josie. Um, Andretta, you said at 19 years old, I ended up with the person I've been dating as a teenager with physically abusive, and then a person that I broke up with in 2020 was also, oh my God, physically and mentally abusive. So sorry. Prayers to all of you guys, because as with Cassie, these scars will, go on for life. It's not something that you just get over and go and forget about. Andretta also said, I'm a registered nurse working in psychiatry, and I see the damage that is done to women and men are like who have been physically, actually, and mentally. Yeah. All right. Let's see. A couple more comments and we're going to you, Deshonda. Someone comment on a live that I was on earlier and said New York. Okay, I already answered you with that. And let's see here. Nice slice, pastry, and more kitchen. Thanks for joining me. You put I know and heard where people are. It becomes mental, and sometimes they are afraid to come out right away. They have to build up the courage to do so. I believe the young lady. Yes, I just said something similar. And Sherry, you said Stockholm syndrome. Great, great, great comments. Mildred, let me read yours backstage, and then we'll go ahead and go on. You put the reason they changed the laws for statutes of limitations on SA and trafficking is because of the long-term impact and damage to the victims. The trauma of SA and DV is so damaging to the psyche and mental health. It takes years to unpack all of that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Mildred. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, Deshonda, you are up next. Your thoughts.
Okay. Um, my thoughts with Diddy is I believe it. I believe everything Cassie said. It's been too much over the years that's said about him, and like his oldest son, Justin's mom. When everything went down with R. Kelly, and R. Kelly started talking about Diddy, like I better look at him too. If you looking at me, look at him. He he do the same thing Anna did. Y'all accusing me of basically because that Justin's mom was a teenager when he got with her. He used to beat up on her, and especially when he found out she was creeping over there with Suge Knight. That was another reason why he don't like Suge. His baby mama was
Mhm.
creeping with him, and he used to beat her, and he used to beat her all the time. So I'm just like, everybody can't be lying on you. And then it's stuff that Corinne Steffen said in her book about him that I'm just like, yeah, now the math is starting to math now. I believe it. And, you know, I get Hannah's point to where, you know, with the Cosby situation, I was just like that. Like some of these women just straight up lying. Like, here you come years later talking about he did something that, like, Cosby's old. He may not remember some of this stuff, you know, but Diddy absolutely remembers all of this. That's why you was trying to get her to settle out of court with this. And you know what you did, and you're probably still doing stuff to people. It's just stuff, it's too many similarities with, like I said, different women saying different things. I too think he did something to Kim, and can't nobody convince me otherwise. I think he did that. Jaguar White always said, ain't it funny how everybody that came up with Diddy gone except for Diddy? And Al B. Sure went, almost got taken out and was in a coma for months.
Girl, you better say it. Mysteriously.
Mysteriously, yes. Mysterious. I'm like, well, what happened to him? Because remember, Kim was with Al first. She got her first child is Quincy's Al's son. So, you know, I'm just saying, with what they say, with smoke, there's fire. So I believe it in. But like I was saying, like, you know, sometimes victims are slow to come out and slow to say stuff. I went through an abusive relationship in my teens when I was in high school. I never told my family. A few of my cousins knew because the guy told him that when he would put his hands on me, I would put my hands back on him. So every time he felt the need, he wanted to slap me or anything, I felt the need to use my box cutter. And that taught him to keep his hands off me. But that also taught me, when I left there, I was a senior when I broke up with him. And he stalked me. He used to follow me around. We riding around in our mom's cars. I had to swap cars. I would drive one of my friends' mama car. They would drive my mama car. Like, he never knew what car I was in because he would try to follow. He would try to, you know, they was always right there to run interference. But I never told them because I'm just like, my family will probably unalive that boy. So I didn't do it because of that. And I have not said anything to them because of that. Because I know even though that was so many years ago, they still would do something to him. So, you know, but like I said, it taught me like red flags. And I've seen men with money that got power and money. They come and try to throw things at you. Oh, I can get you this. I can take you on this trip. Oh, you like that bag? I can get you this bag. I can get you. You need some money. And for that reason, I don't like to take gifts from men. I don't like older men, and it's always older men. It's older men. Because they be like, oh, I could be your daddy. Now, baby, I got a daddy. My daddy good to me. So I don't need no daddy. I got a daddy. I've been raised already. You can't raise me. So, but they do throw these things with you. And so at 18, 19 years old, and I think maybe if I hadn't experienced what I experienced in high school, I might have maybe would have went down that road, was like, oh, you know, you got the latest fashion. I might have not had to struggle through college, working and making sure, you know, balancing my budget and stuff, and making sure I'm not spending too much. I might could have, you know what I'm saying? So I can't even blame the victim. And then once they get you in that hole, and I've witnessed friends go through this, I have had to pull up on people. Okay, where you at? Let me go get you. Late in 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Dude that jumped on you, he to beat you up. You in the middle, tell me where you at. And one night they could drop a location back then. You ain't had no location. So you got to describe to me where you at. I'm going to get you. So I get why people don't report it. I get why they don't say anything. So, you know, it's everybody's different, but I'm glad Cassie is speaking out. And I wish and hope to God the other women that he's done this stuff to, that they open their mouths and say something. Don't out of fear. And I'm glad Cassie kind of kept it cute and mute until this point. Because, like I said, they said Kim was writing a book. A tell-all book. Now Kim, You know what I'm saying?
That's what I
So that's
mean.
what I'm saying. Like, yeah, you did right not to. Sometimes you, what they say, don't let your right hand know what your left hand doing. She
Yeah,
did right. She did it. She struck right just in time before that law changed.
absolutely.
And she the time, everything has a perfect timing to it. You know,
Yeah,
it may not be our timing, it may not be your time, but God always has a way of making things, the timing perfect for you to do certain things. And I think now is the time of for him to be exposed. Because because when R. Kelly kept saying, "Well, look at Diddy, look at this person, look at that person," and I'm looking like, R. Kelly, you better be quiet, or you be on the line of in jail. And then they say eyed yourself on up out of there,
mm-hmm.
and that ain't really
Mm.
what happened, because you telling about what other people that has more money and influence has
Yeah,
done. So it's a deep rabbit hole that just search through these YouTube streets and check out Jaguar Wright and Danny Boy and
mm-hmm.
what's her name that she just passed? She was the on death row. She was a female singer. She sung woman to woman. I can't think of her name right now. She talks about, they all talks about how Diddy would beat his baby mama, the stuff that he did, and all of that stuff. All of that is in there, and that's why I said just just watch it and just listen to the different stories and stuff. That's why I said I absolutely believe it.
Yeah, I do too. Excellent, excellent point, sis. Real quickly, um, Faye, I need to double check you, and I'm glad you're up here, Faye, because I did have to remove your comment, but I definitely want to read it. Faye put at the age of 14, she was R word by a neighbor's son, and she didn't tell until she was 28. That's 14 years later. So it takes time. But let me make sure. Faye, is this you?
Yeah, this is me.
How are you?
I'm doing good, and you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for joining us. All right, and Deshonda, thank you for that. Let me read a couple comments. But real quickly, I want to say thank you to Prosperity Thick Girl. Thank you so much for the super sticker. This the convos mothers need to have with their daughters. Absolutely, absolutely. I totally agree. And thank you again. Rena, you said you wish we could read the R. Kelly transcripts. I would be happy to going forward another day. Mrs. Island said, was done in the dark, must come to the light. I don't care how long. I know that's right. Roxy R, you said wasn't able to speak on my first boyfriend in high school being narcissistic, physical. You guys know I'm gonna try to curb some of the words until melody. And I have a mouth, but I was embarrassed and thought no one would believe me. He was the nice guy. Most of them work hard to make people believe that they the nice guy. Okay. And we know Mr. Martell, I'm a good guy. Kimmy even feel that way. Since you put different circumstances trigger the trauma from abuse, you think you have blocked it out and gotten past it, and then boom, it will hit you all over again. Yep. And even with members only, you guys know we get deep in members only. And we have women that sharing stories from 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. So that lets you know how long you carry this stuff around, even if let's say you got help. It's something you'll never forget. Faye, I'm sorry, Victoria, you was responding to Faye. You said same here, but I couldn't tell anyone. He went to his grave with this, and I am still affected. My goodness. So sorry to any of you and all of you that's gone through this. And I thank you guys for feeling safe enough to share your story. Last comment, and then we're gonna go ahead and get to Mildred. Stephanie, you put P. Diddy is very different than Martell because he had power with the big men in the music industry. These older heads are dying off, so he's going to take the fall. Yeah, and I made sure to point that out. In Coleslaw's eyes, Martell has power. Martell has status. She thought Martell had money and all of that. So it's in that aspect, it's the same, but yeah, much different, much different. But thank you guys for the comments, and then we are going to go ahead and take it on over to you, Mildred. Your thoughts?
Oh my goodness. I have a lot of thoughts. First off, I want to say that there's a misconception that if a woman has a big personality or stardom, that she can't be victimized. That's just not true. Um, she was still very young, she was still impressionable, and she was lured. The money, the glamour, the power, and not only that, but her own ambition. So when she was in it, she probably didn't even know what hit her until it was too late, and no pun intended. By the time she probably realized she was in it so deep, guys, then she had to deal with the shame of it, and then wanting to get out. And then I'm sure with him being the type of man that the type of male that would do this to a woman, he just played all kinds of mind games on this young girl. I know a little bit about it because I've been there, not on this level, but on a level that I can identify with some of those same feelings and emotions, and feeling trapped and not knowing what to do and not knowing how to get out. So I definitely believe it. With him being so rich and connected and having the resources. Let me tell you about resources. You know how certain men will stick together in their foolishness? Well, just imagine that in the industry like that she was involved in. I'm pretty sure she felt helpless and trapped. And then with some of the links he would go through, yeah. And I think that was pretty much it. Until it plays out, I hope we reserve judgment on her, because she's gonna really start to feel it, because they're gonna probably bring out more and more stuff that makes her, like they're doing with Kiki, trying to discredit her, trying to make it seems like, oh, it's not that bad. They want to minimize, and I noticed that people love to minimize the essay and the DV. They want to minimize it, but let me tell you, it has long term effects on the people that go through it long term. I shared something recently on mine, and it was, I didn't even know I still felt that way. I didn't even know I still felt that way until I started thinking about it and bringing it up, and I boo hoo cried, y'all, at this big age. So I just want us to be more mindful of that and try to, have empathy. And lastly, I'm going to say this for the people who say, I don't know how she did that. I don't know why she didn't go. My prayer is that you never know.
Yes.
That you never know. That's my prayer. That's it.
Mm. Mm.
Oh,
Thank you.
amen, Mildred. Amen.
Baby, okay, pass the collection plate. Do you hear me? First of all, welcome to Sassy Sherry. Sassy Sherry said that I came up on her timeline and she's happy to be here. We're having a great discussion and she just subbed. So I really appreciate you, Sassy, and stick around because this is what we do over here. So I am happy to have you and thank you again. Mildred, wow, again. Pass up Mildred, because you just preached a whole word, okay? And yeah, it's scary. It really is. I want to read this, and it really falls into line with what you just said. This is from the court documents, and I'm just going through while you guys are talking. But they said Mr. Combs' recognition and glorification of Cassie's naivety proved to set the groundwork for his manipulative and coercive romantic and actual relationship with Miss Ventura, a woman nearly 2 decades his junior. And within a year of signing with Bad Boy Records, he became deeply entrenched in her life, almost immediately asserting possession and control over her and inserting himself into all aspects of her career and personal life. That's how it starts. That's how it starts. Again, for me, that's a similarity when it comes to Martell. Very manipulative. We can see it. All of us can see it. And he was so entrenched when it comes to coleslaw that the man lost his marriage over it. So yeah, it's nothing new. It's sad, but it's nothing new. But again, Mildred, thank you for that. And before I move on, Deborah Jackson, thank you so much for the super sticker. You guys know I play my little OJs. Normally, I'm scared to play any damn thing until I get all this stuff cleared up with this YouTube. I'm gonna be up all night, but I'm gonna get it done. Or if not, they gonna not monetize a lot of my videos. But thank you, Deborah Jackson. I appreciate you so much. And let's go ahead and take it on over to Girlfriends Chronicles. Girlfriends been trying to jump in, child, for a while. What's your thoughts, girlfriend?
No, I'm behaving. I'm behaving. Good evening, all.
That's fine. Good evening.
First of all, I have a problem with. I've been in and out of YouTube and on Facebook and such, and I'm seeing a lot of black men saying, "I don't believe her. Why did she wait so long? She must be going broke now." Not everything is about money. My pain and suffering of someone's mental may be the reason why she's not the reason why, but she would deserve that. My pain and suffering is what can I say? You don't know if this person wasn't able to hold down a job. You don't know if how things have affected this person all of this time. So yes, I would want to be compensated for my pain and suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, on my behalf, just a little quick personal thing about me. I was supposed to be away at college. I came home to spend time with my boyfriend. He had a little clothing store, and I don't know. We got into an argument, and next thing I know, he had just picked me up in the air. My
Mm-hmm.
godfather is a teacher, and he was driving by, and he must have saw my car. And it was a big window at the store, so he must, he looked in or whatever. Not all I know is he came in and he was like, "What you doing to her, I'm gonna do to you." That
Mm-hmm.
was it. No
Mm-hmm.
more, no less. And I knew from there I needed to get on back in my car and go back to school because my weekend was done. And he let my mama know, and that was the last I seen of that man. I
Mm-hmm.
vowed to myself, because we did see our mother. I can only remember one time seeing my mother being um, DV'd with by her ex husband. One time with a bloody nose. I vowed to never ever allow a man to put his hands on me. My ex husband liked to play fight. I said, no, I don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
He did it one time. I made sure he never wanted to do it again. By my Scorpio sting. He has a long scratch mark from the top of his shoulder blade to the crack of his butt cheeks. He
Mm-hmm.
never ever played with me. I don't do that, and it to this day I still remember it. And I don't ever like to play fight. I teach my nieces, if one time they got to even get loud with you verbally, we don't do that,
Yeah.
because that can lead to so much other things. Um, with Cassie, I've heard other been listening, and I looked at some of, or heard some of the was on the deposition or whatever that is, and she was 19, young, impressionable. I think she did not. She was scared to lose her record deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's why she kept dealing with Puffy, and Puffy, uh, she just kept dealing with him. Puffy has a history of dealing with young girls. What is the one girl? Like you said, Young Miami, Lori Harvey.
Mm-hmm.
I felt him to be. He disgusted me when he dealt with Lori Harvey. I was like, dude, didn't your son just deal with the young lady? Like, are you that desperate? Is there not enough young women for you to be dealing with? These young men know that these older women cannot be manipulated and played. Yes, some might want the money, but with younger women wanting to get the bag, twerk and get the bag. That's all that's out there now. Where's the morals and values of just saying,
Yeah.
no, this ain't what I want? And unfortunately, and not unfortunately, Cassie just was she wanted what she wanted, and
Yeah. She was stuck. You still there, girlfriends? You're going in and out.
some of the things that she dealt with that I listened to with her
Girlfriends. Girlfriends.
I'm here.
Girlfriends.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
My hand was
Okay.
over the thing.
Okay. I
Um,
was gonna say because you're going in and out. So go
so
ahead. We can
okay,
hear you.
sorry. I'm just coming from a cruise. So I think I'm getting bronchitis too. Um,
Sorry.
some of the things that the young lady dealing with Puffy, of the Uggs he was giving her, and the, her staying intoxicated just to please him, and her having to deal with other men, and that he sat and watched and got his, his little jollies off of. That's a mental, something psychologically wrong with him, as well as the thing that she it took her. I mean, I can still feel the pain for her. That's a long time, and like you said, somebody said she might have just, something might have triggered her to say, "Okay, now is I'm ready." When
Mhm.
it's in my time, can nobody 24, 50, whatever years, nobody can tell somebody when to stop, when their pain should stop, when their hurt should stop, when they should finally be able to just come out and say. That's embarrassing to some women to have to deal with that. So when Cassie felt like dealing with it and saying it, that's when she dealt with it, and gladly in time before the laws change, and right on time for Miss Kim Porter.
Mhm. Yep, I think it was done. So happy, not happy, but thank you to whoever put the dates because I knew it was in November when Kim passed, but I forgot the date. But I think that she probably did this too, or especially this date. Kim passed. Somebody said, Deshonda, was it you? The 15th of November, and it's the 16th of November. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. That's all I gotta say. But go ahead, Girlfriends Chronicle. Then I'm gonna read something else from these court documents.
I just want to say, and people have to remember how much unaliving occurs from this situation. She wanted to get away. I think when he did something to her, and she was in a hotel, and she wanted to get with her parents, and he refused to allow her to leave. Like, her survival skills had to also kick in to just say, I'm gonna stick it out or deal with him, because who knows what he could have did with to her parents or anyone else that she loved or whatever. Not so, I mean, it's a lot that we don't know, and I will
Mhm.
never ever say I don't believe one person over the next when she has her evidence. And like I said, why wait 30 years, and how am I supposed to defend myself 30 years later? By telling the truth. And if your truth is on video, or your lie is on video, that's just your aim, Mr. Postman. It is what it is. I don't feel sorry
Mhm.
for Puffy. I believe all these stories from all the years ago. They've said so many things about him, and I think we just skated because nobody else said anything.
Mhm.
Nobody said things. It was just rumored to be out there. But now, hey, just like with R. Kelly, everybody come out when when the
Yep.
sheet is up. I don't have no. It is what it is. I just, my whole thing is, my disappointment is the black community not supporting black women. Is even other black women aren't
Mhm.
supporting this black woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm,
It's
I'm
so sad because we saw the same thing just last week with Kiki Palmer, because when it was first released to the news, there were no pictures. Then a couple hours later, we saw the still frame shots of her ex-boyfriend abusing her. And then, the tide started to turn when it comes to comments and all of that. Girlfriend, I heard you mention how black men were saying they don't believe in all of that. And for me, it is so sad that it seems like a lot of, not all, but a lot of black men do not believe black women. A lot of black men don't come out here and be the voice, especially against another man. And we'll see the same thing with Diddy, like we saw with Tory Lanez, especially with the industry folks. They're not going to speak out against him. Nobody, unless something happened to them like Kid Cudi. But that's what's so discouraging to me. And it's not just this; it's a lot of things. But we know if something happened to them, if the police unalive them or whatever, we the ones that's on the front line all the time when it comes to black men. Very, very discouraging. Thank you for bringing up Lori Harvey. Lori Harvey was dating Justin, Diddy's son. Somehow Lori Harvey ended up with Diddy and she cut it off. But, when it comes to that, I'm with Hannah to a certain extent. You do have to hold people accountable. And for Lori Harvey to jump ship from the son to the daddy, I'm going to go ahead and blame her. Hopefully, she didn't experience anything like Cassie. We don't know. Unless she come out and say something. But I didn't like that when it comes to her. What else? What else did you say? I don't know what else you said, and I heard everything, but I write down as you guys are talking. But I just want to say to people, don't ignore the red flags. I wrote that down for something that you said, Girlfriend Chronicles. It could be something small, like play fighting. It could be something that in the moment you don't think it's something, but that could lead to something else. So no, go play fight with your boy. Go take up wrestling down there at the gym or something. But I agree with you. We're not doing that. Uh-uh. We're not doing that at all. So yeah, thank you so much, Girlfriend Chronicles.
You're welcome.
Let
Thank
me
you.
read this little excerpt. You are welcome. I wanted to read this of just how manipulative Diddy was. So, in the court document, it says in early fall 2007, Mr. Cohn flexed his power and influence when he paid a promoter to create a fake flyer for a party hosted by Cassie. This fake posting allowed Cassie to have an excuse to go to Miami, and it got her away from her then boyfriend using the guise of a legitimate event that she had to attend. She was stunned at how easily Diddy was able to recruit others to lie for him. And she said that she was very uncomfortable with the fake flyer, but because the request to go to Miami was made by the owner of the record label, and because she was scared to go against his wishes and face repercussions, she agreed to join him in Florida. So that's very manipulative, to go to that extent and act like she has to go and show up at a club for a hosting, and there was no club or hosting. That's scary just to get her there. Very scary, and get her away from her boyfriend. So that's crazy. But Red Ann, thank you so much for joining us, sis. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about you, ladies?
Good, good, good. Thanks for joining us. All right. I wanted to read Too Blessed for You. Too Blessed for You said, I still have nightmares at 53. So that's, how long that we can carry some of the events that we go through in life. My situation, I think I mentioned it in members only. That one that was abuse, I remember it like it was yesterday. Okay. And it was probably 30 years ago. So yeah, it never goes away. And Sherry, you said leaving is hard. I totally agree. All right. Let's go ahead and go to wait a minute, Lazon. Tawanda is back. Tawanda, is this you?
Yes, me. Hello.
Hello, hello. All right. We are going to go to Ladon. Ladon, your thoughts?
Hey,
Hey.
well, first of all, I can agree to the PTSD part of it because, some of y'all know some of my story, but I got third degree burns on both sides of my arm from my uncle throwing hot grease on me.
Mm, mm,
So
mm.
he's out of prison now from doing 25 years. He did his time in New York, and he's coming up Sunday to my aunt's house. I'm not going, obviously, but just the thought of hearing his name and
Mm,
him coming back has thrown me off,
yeah.
my mood. You know what I mean? um Certain things can happen to make you go back to that place, and it's traumatizing, and that's why I for me, depending on the level of DV, it should be a life sentence, because if we have to have those thoughts for the rest of our lives, and,
Mm-hmm.
and the traumas and stuff like that, then that's how serious I am about it. you know um I was able to read the full document and article, and like you said, the descriptions and the things, her balled up near a toilet being kicked and stomped and face puffed up, and his bodyguards and them coming in there. She got proof, more than enough proof. And not only that, this woman, the things that he made her do to humiliate her,
Mhm.
it's scarring. It's terrible, and knowing that he still has videos of some of the things, that's even more scarier, even though he didn't put them out or anything like that. Just knowing that they're in his hands, you know,
Yeah.
it's really sad. And I know that sometimes, we know how the devil works. Sometimes the devil can last for years with glitter and gold, but you always got to pay the piper. I don't care how long it is. You reap what you sow. I don't care if it's 1,000,000 years. And if you forgot, oh well, your victim didn't forget. How lucky are you to be able to forget the pain you inflicted on somebody else, but the person who suffers with the pain don't forget, and it's just supposed to poof go away? No, you have to pay for what you did, unless you had dementia, you suffering with dementia, or you had an accident and got amnesia. Those are the other things.
Mhm.
Other than that, he's still young, partying, he's in his right frame of mind. He got his memories. He knows exactly what he did. He didn't forget. He's grimy, he's dirty. He did it to his own son. Living in the same house, you being around his girlfriends, and then when they break up or during, you sleep with her. You're a dirty dog, and you are going to reap what you sow. And I'm here for it.
All right. Dropped it
Mm.
like it was hot. Okay.
All right,
And
LaDonna.
you have shared your story with us, and I'm praying for you. I can imagine how hard that is. Like you said, just the thoughts of your uncle, being near and all of that. Again, that just shows how we carry this on with us regardless. That also shows how Cassie allegedly carried this on. When it comes to money, let me say this. Her husband comes from money, is my understanding. So it's
Mhm.
not like that, she has to do this for money. But that saying is real. Pay me for my pain.
Hit them in
Pain
their
and
pockets.
suffering. Yeah, pain and suffering as well. If jail time come out of this, if he's convicted, so be it. I did see Rena, look, like as I mentioned, um, when it comes to black men getting in trouble, whether they've done it or not, I can say that most times it is us on the front line, but that don't mean that they get a pass when they do something, just because they black men. So yeah, if you do the crime, black, white, purple, or Hispanic, Mexican, I don't care what you are. If you do the crime, do the time. And it ain't no buts or especially, but I am gonna say especially these crimes against women who probably at some point loved you, was willing to do whatever and all of that. Yeah, no, I don't head on with
Uh,
that thing.
Chit
But
chat.
yes,
And one more thing, and the other disturbing part to me, when I was on another Tisa tells, when in those papers where it says he was allegedly getting prostitute men, and watching
mhm,
her and making her do certain things with them,
I got that coming
and
up.
using her as a beard. He is sick. He is
Hmm.
sick and twisted and need to be stopped.
I got that coming up. After, well, this next part that I have highlighted. But yeah, we'll discuss that as well. That I believe, again, all of this is our opinion. Everything is alleged. But like Mildred put in the back chat, where there's smoke, there's Diddy. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And that's been
Hmm.
around for quite some time. That Diddy, like a
How
little
you
man,
doing?
a little, yeah. So, but let me read this and then thank you, LaDon. We definitely gonna try to shoot back if we can. And next up will be Faye. Faye. Yeah, I didn't get to Faye yet. But let me read this. Um, Again, this is from the court documents. It says, I'm gonna say Diddy and Cassie because I don't want to continue to say Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura. Diddy also became deeply involved in Cassie's personal life, with his personal staff attending to Cassie's day-to-day travel and other needs, including medical care. On multiple occasions, Diddy had Cassie's personal medical records sent directly to his email address. For
Mm,
instance, when Cassie began experiencing memory loss, potentially due to excessive drug use that he turned her on to, allegedly, that was earlier in these documents that I didn't read, but he was the one that introduced her to these drugs. So they said that that memory loss could have been due to drug use and or head injuries caused by Mr. Combs' beatings, as described below. But anyway, her MRI results were provided directly to him, and he arranged for his staff to drive her to and from certain doctor's appointments. In this way,
mm,
Mr. Combs exerted ownership over Cassie, as another example of the ways in which he manipulated her and ensured obedience early on in their relationship. He also asked her to call him grandfather. When Cassie said that she referred to her grandfather as Pop Pop, Diddy then insisted that Cassie refer to him with that nickname, Pop Pop, Pop Pop, grandfather. Typically
mm,
grandfathers, we
mm.
know we know this new generation, they may be in their 30s now, child, 30s and 40s, but majority of us, grandparents was grandparents, much, much older. Why would you want someone that you are claiming to be in a relationship with call you grandfather? And I told you guys, that's why I don't believe in calling no man daddy. Never have and never will. And nothing against anybody that do, but no, sir. You're not my daddy. We're not gonna act like your daddy in the bed. I ain't about to say, "Ooh, daddy, do it right there." None of the above. Okay, but to skip daddy and go to granddaddy, child, that's a lot.
Right. That's
That's
nasty.
Yeah, that's nasty. That's a lot. So yeah, I'll continue to read a little more after each person. But thank you again, Ladon and Faye. Faye, you talk, right? You the one that said
Yes.
about the wrestling, correct? Okay, I thought so. All right. I'm seeing things, child. I'll be looking at the screen like who spoke.
No, I didn't
But
talk.
yes, thank you again, Ladon. I'm praying for it. Oh, you didn't? I thought you did.
No,
Oh, who was that
no,
said about the wrestling? That
I
was
don't know.
Girlfriends Chronicles. Okay. All right. Well, that's okay. You up, Faye? Go ahead.
Well, I remember like one of the ladies on the chat, she was came up, like and she started saying that she does not understand why, people do not come out sooner and start sharing their stories. Well, growing up, because I've always been like on the thicker side, and unfortunately, little black girls, when you're thick, even if you are a virgin, people automatically sexualize you and start thinking you're not a virgin.
Mm,
Or they try to like prey on you and stuff. So there was a neighbor right next to us, at my parents' house. And at the time, he was in his 30s and I was 14.
mhm,
And because people think that a man cannot groom even like a 19-year-old or 20 something year old, I believe it just depends on the person mentality because someone could be 31, for example, like Ariane. She's in her 30s and she have a mentality of like a 16-year-old.
mhm.
So age really does not define like your level of maturity or your level of, like being manipulated. And men are really good at that, especially older men when you're younger. So I was like 14, he's 38, and I already had problems with my stepmom and stuff. And he basically like groomed me before he even raped me. He would give me money,
Faye, I knew
tell,
Faye, Faye, Faye,
oh, I'm
Faye.
so sorry. I'm
Okay,
so
say
sorry.
the R word. That's all. And I started to say it because I saw your comment. But yeah, say something in place of the
The
R,
R
or just
word.
say the R word. We know. And I'm sorry
The
that you
R
went through
word.
that. Go ahead. Okay.
So he would give me like money and tell me not to tell anyone and stuff. And because he was someone who is really respected in the community, I didn't say anything. And for a while, I blamed myself. And I was afraid of speaking out because, number one, you already have women who are like male identified. So anything
Hmm.
any woman comes out and say about a man, especially if it's a man that's highly respected in the community, automatically they're going to get defensive. What does she mean? Well, how did that happen? And it's like you really don't know people behind closed doors. You just know what they show you or what they want you to know about them. Everyone have secrets that they don't feel comfortable sharing with everyone, or a different side of them that they don't show and just hide. So for a long time, I kept quiet about it until I started going to therapy. That's when I started getting a voice to like speak out and talk about it, express myself. So what I'm trying to say is like there's no time limit when it comes to when a woman should speak up and she feels like she's ready to tell her story. And a lot of times, especially in the black communities, men get away with these things because people only, like they go off strongly off the like personality and the look the person is trying to portray in the public, and they feel like they know that person so much, or maybe because they were raised with that person or they're a big fan of that person. But it's like you don't know people to try to like victim shame, because it comes off as like victim shaming when you say why why now, 20 years later or 15 years later or 35 years later. you know
Hmm.
it's just everyone, it takes time. Some people, that's just when they felt like it, they were comfortable enough to speak up.
Yeah.
So yeah, so
Mm.
that's why I wanted to say.
Yeah, excellent points though. And again, so sorry that you went through that. It's a prime example of, and we know that for men and women that experience anything that's traumatic, it will never leave you. But you were
Mhm.
14 at the time, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're so right. I've said it 1,001 times how when you listen and look at Ariane Curry, all I see is a teenager
Right.
even today at 33, 34, however old she is. She definitely has a teenage mentality. And to let somebody like Martell, because for us that are in our right minds, but it could be done. Manipulation can be done, and he's done that with her. And I'll say this: if Coleslaw were to ever realize her worth and break free, she will have a story similar as Cassie. Mark my word, put it on record
Mhm.
that I said this November 16, 2023. If she ever breaks free and tells her story, that's what's really gonna take Mr. Martell down. She holds
Mm-hmm.
all the secrets. And most times, even though they think that they the woman at the time, or he must love me, he doing this, he doing that, or whatever. They are the gatekeepers for these men and their sicknesses, you know. So
Yeah.
excellent points, Faye. Let me see if I highlighted something else. I want to read a little more and then we're gonna go ahead. Um, Let's see. Oh, okay. Let me read this part. Just a little bit of this. I already read how he demanded that she carried Pow Pow's in her purse, hold this for me. And that was a clear way of him, inserting fear in her at the same time. But she also exposed to the intense violence that pervaded Diddy's rise to fame. For example, on one occasion, Diddy and Cassie were using drugs together in his home. One of the security staff bars in and announced that Suge Knight, a longtime rival of Diddy, was spotted at Mel's Drive-In Diner in Los Angeles. Diddy began to get dressed, retrieved multiple Pow Pows from a safe, and ran out of his home to where he believed Mr. Knight was dining. And they said that Cassie became terrified and began to cry. Now, a lot of people, I don't think that, let me put it like this. And I'm a hip hop head. The Notorious B.I.G. was my absolute favorite. Second is Jay-Z when it comes to males. I don't think that Diddy had anything to do with Biggie's death, but I do think it was because of Diddy that he lost his life. You know what I mean? So I don't think that Diddy played a part in the actual act, but all of the taunting with Suge Knight and all of that led up to that. So the man is just crazy to me. And I, for one, I'm looking forward to the documentary Surviving Diddy, period. Because there's a lot of women I think that has survived, and there's one, unfortunately, in my opinion, that I feel like did not survive, and that's his child's mother, children's mother, the twins
Right.
and Christian, Kim Porter.
Right.
That's
Yep.
just my opinion. I think he played a part in that. I really do. But thank you
I
again,
agree.
Faye. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I'm not by myself. And Faye did drop down, but thank you again, Faye. Thank you for sharing your story with us. And continue prayers to any one of you. This hotline is on the screen for anybody that, even if you want to talk about past experiences, I believe that they will still be able to be a listening ear or guide you to someone that can hear you out and give you strength. But definitely, if you are currently going through DV, reach out. I've said this the other day. You guys can DM me. You can call, we can talk. Reach out to this DV hotline. Reach out to any of these sisters in the chat, because it's definitely a safe space. So thank you guys again for sharing your story. All right. Now, next up is Red Ann. Hey sis, how are you?
I'm good. I'm just I'm sad.
Mm-hmm.
Just, hearing everything and I've never liked Diddy. I've never liked him. He's just not original. Um he always seems to, you know, bite off of other people's music and old school songs and things like that. It's just he's arrogant, and
Mm-hmm.
every single person that has turned a blind eye simply for money, they are going to burn for it.
Yep.
These doctors who are not reporting, because you are obligated as anyone in the medical field, you are a man, you are what they call mandated reporters. And anytime you see this type of stuff, you are supposed to report it, period. And
Mm-hmm.
with these doctors, clinics, whoever was giving her medical information to him, email or whatever, they violated her HIPAA rights. So there's
Mm-hmm.
so many people that can go down for all of this stuff. I mean, crossing state lines, all kind of crazy stuff. I mean, yeah, it absolutely sounds just like Surviving R. Kelly. And you see where a lot of those people are. And the same thing, people are going to question the same thing. Okay, well, if you saw all of this stuff going on, why didn't you say something? Why didn't you do something? You know,
Mm-hmm.
at some point, you have to set greed aside because that's what it was all about. It was just everyone that saw this happening and didn't say anything, it was just greed. It was, okay, what am I going to get out of it if I don't say anything? What am I going to get out of it if I turn, and look the opposite direction?
Mm-hmm.
It's just greed. Money is the root of all evil. Yes, we need money to survive, but when you allow that money to stop you from making the right decisions, then money rules you. And at some point, that greed is going to be your downfall. And I
Mm-hmm.
really do believe that we never really heard, that I can remember. I don't ever remember Kim Porter ever having like interviews and things like that. But every single time this man was always out and about with other people, other relationships, when that relationship ended, he was always back with her. And
Mm-hmm.
she was just always quiet, always in the background. It just really makes you now question, did she experience any of that?
Mm-hmm. According
And
to Al B. Shore, according to Al B. Shore, that's all I'm gonna say.
mm,
You know that was
mm,
that's her
Remember,
oldest
she
son.
did have a contract too, y'all. She did have a 10 album contract, so she also couldn't just walk away.
who?
Um, uh, Cassie with Diddy, when he first got her, he made her sign a 10 album contract. Who
Oh
does
yeah,
that?
See, I mean,
yeah,
that's
that's in the
just an
contract as well.
absolute ridiculous thing to sign because when has he ever been able to produce
Well, she was
um,
young.
two contracts with any artist?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you'll have those people under his label. They may do one or two good hit songs and then they just kind of fade into oblivion.
Mm-hmm.
You just
Mm-hmm.
don't hear from them anymore. I mean, there's no longevity when it comes to artists. I mean, the biggest one was Biggie,
Yeah.
you know, but
Well,
all these other
it's no longevity because he wants to be the star. So, like Suge Knight said, all
exactly.
up in the videos and all of that. Real quick though, Red Ann, because I want to say this when it comes to the artist. Now it's sort of making sense to me that
Mhm.
Diddy has possibly tried to clean up his image. You guys know, maybe a
Mhm.
month ago, that he just gave the
Yes.
majority of his artists their
Yes.
rights.
I'm
So
so glad you did that chit chat. Yes.
yes. So now I think that comes into play when because of this. Because I'm sure he caught wind that this was coming. And
Mhm.
what better way than to try to get everybody to be on Diddy's side and oh, what you did was so nice. Something to think
Right.
about. But go
That's
ahead,
Right.
why
Red.
Dawn said no, no.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Red.
No, that's just all I had to say. I just, he's an evil person. I mean, if you just the way he moves, Just the way he's moved through life, he just doesn't seem to be a genuine person.
Mhm.
And it definitely makes me question um what those kids have seen and heard.
Mm. All
That's
right.
it. Yep.
Great assessment, great points, all of the above. I will say this, I felt that he absolutely did the right thing, which I knew he would. I do believe the man loved his kids. Another similarity to Martell. Their actions could be questionable. And doing some things, it's like, how could you love your kids? But he definitely did the right thing. I didn't think it would go any other way as far as him stepping up with his kids' lives when Kim passed away. But, and I'm going to find the pictures while we are talking. The twins celebrated a birthday earlier this year. The outfits, I couldn't believe. That could be looked at. I'm not saying the daddy
Oh yeah.
groomed them, but on the outside looking in,
Mhm.
too grown, too revealed.
Mhm.
And I think
Mhm.
they just turned what, 14 or 15?
15, I
Um,
think, or
yeah.
16, I think, maybe.
Was it 16? Is it
Yeah, I
16?
think so. Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, they've always dressed like that. I just
Yeah. I'll find it though, but that was, made me say, I know the mom wouldn't have let them dress like that. So, yeah, I hope the kids didn't witness anything. Well, I can't say that because in these court documents, again, it's so much. So I'm just remembering as I go. But in the court documents, he had he made Cassie go to his home in Beverly Hills area, Homley Hills, or wherever, because he had beat her and she was bruised up and all of that. And he wanted her to stay there until she healed. But he also didn't want her to go downstairs around his sons because he didn't want them to see her being bruised up.
He
So,
told her to put on makeup.
right, put
yeah,
on makeup, cover that up. You know what I mean? And she can't cover up the mental.
right,
But it was too
exactly.
detailed of an accounts, pluralized, too
Mm.
detailed for me for this to be made up. It's like this is
Mhm.
like keeping and we don't know. Maybe she did have a journal, maybe she did have a diary, but mentally you can remember things and write them down, and you're able to give them to your attorney, and there we go. So I just don't think that she had anything to gain by possibly lying
Right.
about this.
And the
Yeah.
best thing she could have done was when, and I'm not sure if you've even gotten to that part. I just heard it on another channel
Go ahead.
where she fled to her mother's home and
Hmm.
her mother took pictures.
Yep. Yep. I mentioned that.
Yeah.
That's proof. That is proof.
Mhm.
And
Absolutely.
who's to say? Maybe there's more. But thank God she got that. Not only does she have that as far as pictures, she has witnesses. And I hope that a lot of them, look, men could be scared of powerful men as well. Powerful men and women, but most times it's men. They're dangerous, you know. But
Well,
they can be stopped, as I put in the comment section. Look at Harvey Weinstein.
right.
Harvey was one of the top in
One of the
Hollywood.
top. Right.
Yeah, you know what
And
I mean?
these attorney generals are getting real happy with these RICO cases around here.
Mhm. Mhm. So yeah, praying for Cassie, praying for Cassie. But thank you for that, Josie. Thank you so much, Josie, for sharing your story. Josie also mentioned how therapy has been her saving grace. And yes, a lot of us, a lot of women, especially men too, that experience this, and it's terrible. But this is to the extreme. And the only reason why I believe it is because of his behavior. Like I said, there is a pattern of Diddy when it comes to younger women. Young Miami, allegedly, again, the golden shower. That's disgusting. Again, I'm not judging anybody that may be into it. It is what it is. But her saying that he can go for hours and hours and hours, and yeah, that's most times they own something. Most times. Diddy haven't been dropping it low and spreading it wide all these years, and he's performing like that. So we'll get to the part that you mentioned shortly, LaDawn. But thank you, Red Ann. And we're going to go ahead and go to Tawanda. Before I get to you, Tawanda, 489 people currently watching. Thank you guys so very much. I see a lot of new faces. You guys make sure you are subscribed and please hit the like button for me. Aubrey O'Day, Stephanie, she was scared of him, but she started to speak out more in the past couple of years, and I appreciated that. That's another bag that he fumbled, not that he needed, but Danity Kane was excellent, excellent girl group that
I
he had.
like
Very
them.
Mhm.
talented.
I did
Yes,
like them. Yeah, they
yes,
had a
yes.
bop.
But most times there's some things going on in the background when you can't keep something like that together. And I believe that some of those ladies may speak out as well. So it's a mess. It really is. But go ahead, so Wanda, you next. Then we're gonna go back up to Hannah Grace. This will be our last sweep of the panel, and then we're gonna be up out of here. I'm editing videos as I go too, guys. So I'm multitasking over here. But
Okay,
go
I
ahead to Wanda.
believe
Give
you.
us your
Okay, well,
thoughts.
I'm glad to finally make it to your panel chit chat. How are you today?
I am good. How are you?
I am actually better than I was the beginning of the month, so I'm doing great.
That's good. That's good to hear. What's your thoughts on the
Okay.
conversation?
My thoughts on the conversation as someone in my younger years that was trying to break into the music industry, it's a lot of that stuff that has been going on for decades. I mean, these guys, they older, they have all this money, they have all this power, especially the higher up executives. They will kind of groom a young girl that is like from the hood, ain't never had nothing,
Mm-hmm.
into not and like. Have you ever heard of the phrase using your beauty in your booty instead of your talent in your brain?
Mm-mm. I have heard it. Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you from a personal experience when I was like, I want to say 19. I was a college freshman, and I ended up meeting a record executive, Andre Harrell. Me and my two fellow bandmates, we were
Mm-hmm.
gonna do a girl group, and he made a proposition of me. It made me very leery of the music industry.
Oh, wow.
I didn't never stop singing, but I just didn't want to go into it as a profession after that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel
Mm-hmm.
like these people are demonic. These people are some other demons. And I believe Cassie, but I can truly say I'm one of the few people that were on Jaguar rights, lives and stuff. I'm like, y'all might be laughing, calling her crazy, but she's telling the mother loving truth.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
believe it. I know from personal experience. She is not lying on these people. She is
Mm-hmm.
not lying. They don't call it Hollyweird for nothing. Like, look at all these young child stars from Disney and
Yeah.
Nickelodeon and all of them. Like, look at the little boy that was on Dead So Raven. That little boy
Mm-hmm.
was molested. Ain't nobody gonna tell me nothing
Say
different.
the M
That
word. Say
baby
the
was
M word. Say the M word.
okay. The M word, my bad.
Yeah, that's
That little
okay.
boy was touched. I'm gonna just say that, and it was not in his consent because he was too little. This baby been in the industry since he was 5. Somebody inappropriately touched that baby. Um, and this is a sad, sick world we live in. Like myself again, personally, just this month, around like the beginning of the month, I had a little guy come around here cut my grass and stuff. He be like, "Oh, can I take the moves? Can I take them?" This man is 61, getting ready to be 62 years old. I'm like, hell no. You old enough to be my granddaddy.
Mm.
Even though I know I'm lying, I'm 47. I just don't look it, but still.
Yeah.
I remember when my grandma, my great aunts, and all of them used to tell me, old men get worms. I don't want them. I'm good. And I came, I came home from work one night. I get off at 10 o'clock at night. I don't know what substances he had in him. I don't know what was going on in his mind frame. But yeah, he was like, you keep turning me down, you keep turning me down. I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, bro, nobody got time. Did I get
They
in my house?
unalive to one.
I mean, okay,
Key
he
words.
threatened. Okay,
Unalive. Unalive.
he threatened to unalive me.
Mm-hmm.
I live in an older house, and my front door got like a big glass window where it's like in two sections. He took his bare hand, broke my window, and tried to come in. I was on fight or flight mode. I couldn't get to what I had to protect myself. I used to ride around with it in my car. I might have to start back doing that. And I was on fight or flight. While I was running, I was calling 911.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Tawanda, give me
God.
one second. In case you stop talking, I'm letting the dogs out. It's only
Okay.
gonna take me a minute to take them to the back. But if Tawanda, is it Tawanda? Yes. If Tawanda stops talking, then Speedy will be next. Speedy,
Okay.
go ahead. Come on.
All right. So to make a long story short, the police ended up coming. They come up and pick them up and all that stuff. And I have a aunt that's, oh Lord, everybody got one of these relatives. You ever heard of like the stereotype, the drunk aunt?
Yep.
Aunt that thinks she better than everybody. The aunt that look at her sister's kids and her sister's husband them like they trash. Imagine all of those in one person. I have all of those stereotypical aunts that are not so pleasant in one person. And since this happened, this crazy lady called my mother and asked, well, has she been to the jail to see him? I'm like, what in the heck? Excuse my French. What in the world I'm gonna go see that psycho man for? He ain't my boyfriend. He was nothing to me but the man that cut the grass. He cut my whole entire yard. I paid him $40. That's it.
Mm,
That's
mm,
all.
mm.
No mixed signals. I mean, did mind you, this little nasty man try to approach me when I was like a teenager. When I got 18, he was like, you legal age. And I'm like, you don't stay away from me, you old pervert.
Mm, mm, mm.
I mean, it's prevalent. It ain't just the rich ones. All of them has got psychological issues. And I had to tell myself, excuse me, sir, I'm gonna go
Mm-hmm.
ahead
It's
and break
true.
it down for you. I'm not attracted to African American men because of how I was handled in my younger years by them. And this is like me having relationships in my younger years with them. I'm no longer attracted to y'all. Period.
Mm.
And he was
Okay
like, well,
then.
all of us ain't the same. I said, I beg to differ. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's just, it's a cycle. And now I'm going to touch on coleslaw in Martell. I don't believe coleslaw would groom not one lick of nothing. She just ain't got a lick of sense. This child was 24 years old, then had a child by somebody else's man. Oh, she's a professional. She knew what she was doing. That's it. That's all I gotta say on that one. But Cassie, my
Mhm.
heart goes out to her. And I'm sad that this young girl got caught up in this mess. And if anybody remember, Cassie, how she got discovered was on social media. Like I think she did a music video on YouTube or Facebook or something. And this man sought her out. He found out where she lived and sought her out to do this to her. So I feel I agree with Chit Chat. I believe she's asking for too low of an amount.
Absolutely.
I believe she should go to 550. million on that tail. He can afford it. Hell, he a billionaire. Get what I'm saying?
Baby. I didn't mean to cut you off, but breaking news, Diddy reportedly is the subject of a secret New York PD criminal investigation involving SA. This is
Wow.
what's
I
about to
told
go
you it's
down.
coming out. It's
Uh
gonna
It's
huh.
roll
about
out.
it's about to go down.
What
It's
did you
about
say, Chit Chat?
um
Surviving P. Diddy?
Uh huh.
surviving Diddy. Surviving Diddy. As far as Josie, what you put in the chat, I need to know where you saw it. So I'm not even gonna say it out loud. Make sure if you guys drop something in the chat that is something that I can support. Josie. Let
And
me
I'm
know
gonna
where you
tell
saw
you
it.
something else. I think too.
All right,
I
Tawanda, we
believe
gotta get
he
to
has
speed.
something to do with Tupac.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just sit there right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's been rumored as well. That's
Well,
been
honey,
rumored
let's just
as
say
well.
all of it. What Dr.
Yeah.
Melody Cherie said, this is the year of revelation, didn't she?
Mm-hmm. For
All the
sure.
skeletons are coming out of the closet,
They are. They are.
all the way
Oh
around.
yeah, this gonna get big. It's gonna get big. But Tawanda, I do need to go to Speedy. I thank you. And then because we got to go back up for our final thoughts. We're at 2 hours and 30 minutes,
Okay.
465 people watching. Thank you guys so very much. To the new subscribers, thank you for finding me and dropping down in the chat. If you are watching from the bushes, I promise we do not bite. Drop down and chit chat with us. Surviving Diddy seems like it's gonna get really, really real. And that again for me is similar to R. Kelly. My opinion only. If God blessed you to get out of situation, first of all, don't do it. But with R. Kelly, we get this may be your thing. The optics don't look right. If you were
Mm-mm.
known to have been messing with young underage girls, and then you say, okay, well, I'm going to remember he said something like, well, what do you call grown? Remember they asked him something like that? Well,
Yep.
what age?
I
What
remember
age?
that.
Yeah, what age do you mean grown? Grown, Negro. So he shouldn't even been messing around to me with a 21-year-old. And we know that's grown. After what you just got finished not getting convicted of, if you 45, your girl should have been 40. That's just my opinion.
Amen.
Period. So it is what it is. Black women, we are riders for our men. Sometimes we ride too much. Sometimes we ride or dies. Sometimes we ride that roller coaster, like I said, with coleslaw and never get off. But they don't
Mm.
do the same for us.
That
Megan Thee
struggle of.
Stallion came out and these black men dogged her out, okay? Dogged her out. And I respect people opinions and differences of opinions, but when are we going to see them riding for us? So I love my black men, don't get me wrong. And if it's something that's questionable, then yeah, it's questionable. But where there's smoke, there's fire most times, especially in this case, to me. But thank you
Mm.
again to Wanda. Speedy, is this your first time joining me?
It
Speedy,
is. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I think you didn't
Okay.
change
Well,
profile pics and everything.
I did. I
How
wanted
are
to see
you?
what I look like a little bit, but I have been following you
Okay.
from your commentary from Love and Huntsville Marriage. Was it Love and Marriage Huntsville? And I love your commentary, so I've been
Thank
following you from
you.
there. And maybe my opinion will be unpopular.
That's
But
okay.
my thing about this situation is the civil case, like you're suing somebody versus a criminal case because they haven't been broke up more than 7 years. I'm from California. I don't currently live there because I ain't got that coin, but um, it's like you could put him in jail versus sue him for money. So for me,
I
I'm not
think
knocking
this
the
is New
victim,
York.
but
Ladon, let her talk.
but for me, it's just like I'm not victim shaming or anything at all.
Mhm.
But my issue is like, why don't these women want to criminally charge these men? Why is it always, well, I'm civilly suing you? Like, if it's a crime, then let's put him in jail. Because
You're right.
nobody was suing R. Kelly, they were putting him in jail. So why is it that we want Diddy's money, but we don't want to see him locked up? If we're so worried, if she's so afraid, 2 kids later, one whole dude removed, married with children, why now are we trying
Mm.
to sue him this many years later? And I get that he could be a horrible person. I don't know him. I don't know her, so I'm not judging anybody. But my thing is, it's hard to believe a story when you don't want to see him in jail, but you want his money. So for me, it's I look at it in that perspective. So I don't not believe her story, but it's just the intention behind it. Like, why now? You've been married, you've been had kids, you've been moved on. So why? What happened today? Like, what happened last week? Because put him in jail if it's that bad. If he's this horrible person, you taking his money doesn't stop his behavior. So why are we putting him in jail? Why isn't this not a criminal case? We seeing a thug go through. He in jail for less.
Mhm.
So
Well,
that's
can I
my issue. And
say
I
this?
go ahead.
Say that.
I'm sorry.
Let me say this real quick to that. It could be, and let me say this first, and this is just my opinion. I
Hmm.
definitely respect yours. I do. It
No, I said
could
it's
be that.
unpopular, so I'm okay.
No,
So
you're
you're
fine.
good.
But thank you, Jamie, for saying that because that's exactly what I was going to put. Jamie put the statute of limitation runs out most times, so it could
But
be
in
that the
seven
statute.
years,
Right.
it's
Hold
7 years.
on,
I'm
hold
sorry. Go
on,
ahead. I'm
hold on.
sorry.
It could be the statute of limitations have run out when it comes to the abuse. We don't know. This is alleged. We
Okay.
don't know.
Okay.
Um, but most times when you come out in this manner, if the statutes of limitations have not run out, then
Okay.
the district attorneys will pick up as far as criminally. So this is just the beginning.
Mm.
And I also think that just because we got countless of women that shared their stories tonight, just because you're able to seemingly move on with your life and get married and have babies and that don't erase what you've been through. So
Right.
she may appear happy.
That's
She said
true.
herself that it was because of her 2 kids that she's finally got the strength to speak out about this, and it's not just her. But I respect it. Go ahead. I'm gonna run and let my
Yeah.
doggies
So,
in. Go
so
ahead.
you let him jump on me real quick. No, but that's all. Like I've been hearing it all day, and that's the only thing that's been in my mind is like they haven't been separated more than 5 years, more than 7 years. Well, maybe more than five, but not more than seven. In most states, the statute of limitations is 7. So
Mhm.
for me, it just looks like why not criminally charge him? Why not press
Yeah.
charges? Like why not? It so that's just, and I don't, like I said, I'm not knocking the victim. I'm not
Mhm.
saying this did not happen to her, because I
Mhm.
believe it did happen to her. But my issue is the what's the motive behind it,
Yeah.
and that's all it is. And I'm not saying that he's not right, he's not wrong.
Mhm.
I believe he's wrong, and I believe she is a victim, but it's just like, let's do it the right way. Let's just get him off the streets. If it's really about urine, like, it shouldn't be about money, it should be about,
Mhm.
let's not just embarrass him and put his, tarnish his image. Let's put him behind bars, because that's exactly what we did to R. Kelly. We tarnished his image. People don't want to do "Step in the Name of Love" at weddings. You can't
Um,
do "I Believe
Exactly.
I Can Fly" at graduations, and that was #1 song at everything. So for me, it's like,
Yeah, it was.
let's just, you get what I'm saying? Like, let's go the whole way, because R. Kelly's behind bars. So like,
Yeah.
mm,
why isn't that the goal? Like, I get
Well,
the
it
money
could be the
aspect because
goal
he's
though.
way richer than R. Kelly, but then if it's a crime, then
Yeah.
if we want, because I was looking at the Breonna Taylor case, if we want her killer behind bars, then he should be behind bars too. It shouldn't be any
Well,
different. The crime is a crime.
Right. It's day one of this process. So again,
Right.
we don't
Right.
know. And I can agree with that part, but I also
Yeah.
think that, and I
Mhm.
respect your opinion. I respect Hannah. PDS just put, I really have a problem with women and men/men waiting so many years later. Do you know how many people could have been saved and the perpetrators should have been locked up? Why wait so long?
Amen.
So you all's
But courage.
opinion is not, it's not like it's not warranted. And everybody is not, we all don't have to agree on everything,
Right.
but I think this is the beginning. I think this is the beginning. You know what I
But
mean?
I want to set the standard because you can see my face. Like I'm not trying to say that she was wrong for coming out at this
No, no,
particular time.
no.
No. Because I'm going off the comments that you just read. Like she can come
Oh,
out whenever she's comfortable. You can't tell a victim when they should be able to speak because
That's
that
it right
her
there.
talking right there is enough courage. She had to
mhm,
build this up. Her husband hopefully is like pushing her, like use your words, like get it out, like let it go,
mhm.
like have the courage. So I understand everything not happening at our time because we didn't go through it. We didn't experience this. I can't
Right.
tell her how to feel. I can't tell her how to when to say it, how to say it. I can't do that. But my issue only is it being a civil case and not a criminal case. And because she's suing him and not saying I'm pressing charges against him. It goes to the Keke Palmer thing. Keke could sue her baby daddy for this horrible thing he's done, but she didn't. She went to the criminal side of it so she could protect herself. So that's what I'm saying. There's two ways you can do these things. And so
Right.
it almost looks like to me as like a money grab. And I hate
There
to
you
say
go.
it.
I knew you were
I
going
hate
there.
to say it. And I hate to say it because I just hate to say it. I hate to say it. But it almost looks like a money grab. And it really does because the D is so detailed. But Kiki came out with videos and not videos, but pictures because she knew she had to, so we would believe her. Because we're the civilians and we're visual. So we don't know you. We don't see your everyday life. So we need to see what you're talking about. And it's a
Well, keep,
social media era. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So
Well, keep watch.
we didn't have
Keep
to
watch.
see Al Green get burnt up on them grits. We just believe that woman put them grits on that man. Nobody
Yeah.
seen no pictures of that man's burns, but we believe the story. It just happened to be true. So
Mhm.
it's the same thing, And
Well,
then so I'm not biased to the victim.
as
I'm
I
not victim
mentioned,
shaming.
yeah, no, no, and we know you're not victim shaming. You made it clear that you believe her. Even if you don't believe her, you have a right to that. But what I say
I don't believe
is,
anybody.
again,
I'm just neutral.
this is
Mhm.
day okay, neutral. This is day one, and we
Right,
don't know what's to come. Just like
right.
we didn't know with Kiki Palmer. As soon as Kiki Palmer said that about her baby daddy,
Right.
everybody damn near on social media, I don't believe her. Now she just doing this. He must have
Right.
broke up with her. He must have another woman. Then when those pictures drop, Cassie says she got pictures. So
Okay.
again, what I feel, Speedy, is, my opinion, I believe that she finally feels safe. We're not talking about an
Mhm.
average man. We're not talking about Martell
We're
Holt,
not.
who probably
We're
only got
not,
money
because he
for
could
pop
never
ass.
be a Diddy.
Right. We talking about a
Right.
billionaire that can make things happen. So I
Right.
do
This one,
think that
Andre
it
Harrell's
does take
protege.
time. I do think that it does take time to process things, to make sure you and your family are safe, to set
Right.
up different
Mhm.
measures, and it's a lot.
Mhm.
And
But I
again,
Right.
you're talking
also,
about power against none
but we
power.
also
None.
want to put into the consideration is that with um, I think that like with power comes okay, so he's powerful. So he's always had a negative in since Biggie, since the Tupac thing, there's always been a negative thing about him. So it's easy to pick out Diddy, just like it's been easy to pick out Will Smith. It's easy to pick out certain people to like I'm not defending them. Like I'm a girl's girl, but I do have two brothers, so I'm in the middle a little bit. It's really hard. So it's just sometimes we need to
just I could say whatever I want to say about anybody. For a long time, nobody believed Megan Thee Stallion. You know, she was
Uh-huh.
so wrong, and then we heard the trial, and everybody felt different. You know what I mean? So I think that we need to be quick to, quick to listen and slow to judge,
There you
because,
go.
and that's all I feel like, and that's why I'm
All
saying
right.
how I feel about the thing is
Well,
because we need to
child, I'm
be.
not sure. Hold on. If you're
What
not
I'm saying.
speaking, please mute. If you're not speaking, please mute for me. All right, go ahead, Speedy.
And I think you're amazing. I love your commentary. I
Oh,
think you're
thank
a very
you.
intelligent woman. You have an amazing speaking voice. You should be on the radio somewhere, wherever you are
Oh,
located. I enjoy listening to you. So I didn't want to come
thank
here, on any type of,
you. You're fine. You're
argumentative
fine.
type thing. But I just
Oh,
wanted to, like, I've seen the comments before I got in, your little, your live stream. And I just wanted to kind of protect. I mean, for me, it's like there's never a black man ever that we've had who's been amazing, right? Who
I
has
wouldn't say
not.
that.
No,
I
okay, well,
wouldn't
we
say
can't.
that
There's
either.
never, but there's, okay, name one.
Yeah, there's plenty. I mean, we don't have to go down the line, but
But
all
I'm
of
just,
our black men aren't
no, no,
that.
no, 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 no. I'm not saying all of them. I'm
Okay, you
saying
said
that,
there's never been. So,
well, y'all didn't let me finish.
okay, go
So, at his stature, from Jay Z having a whole bunch of kids to Kobe Bryant in the rape
ahead.
case
Jay-Z only got three
to,
kids, child, and they by
but
Beyonce.
no, no, no. But if you look at the rumors, but I'm saying there's never a black man at their stature who doesn't have any type of stain on their name, who
What
Barack
about
doesn't have
LeBron?
any
Obama.
type of.
What about LeBron? What about
Denzel Washington.
what about Denzel?
Denzel Washington has been linked to Sinai Lathan for years, so that's a rumor
Barack
that has been
I
Obama.
prevalent.
I didn't.
Okay,
President
hold on.
Obama.
I'm just,
We
if
gonna real
we
hold on.
go ahead.
This how it work. This
And
how
I
it
don't
work.
even want
Hold
to
on.
use. I don't want to speak
Yeah,
about rumors on these men because I
right.
don't want to be that
We'll
person.
go down a rabbit hole.
Allegedly,
But
allegedly,
yeah,
because I
we'll
don't want your
yeah.
channel to get striked. Like allegedly, like so. No, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to. I'm not ever discrediting these men or downing them. But what I'm saying is, it's very far in between
We
that
got
we
you.
have somebody that is just amazing and we just let them be great.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying he's great. I'm not saying he's without flaws or he's
Mm,
without any of that. But I'm just saying, like, I would rather it play out before we just shun him because of rumors that have been around for years. Because people could
mm-hmm.
talk about you from high school and keep that same rumor until you're grown. That doesn't make that rumor
Got
true, but it's been a rumor for years, so it got
you.
to be true. No, it doesn't. But if
Well,
you got
again,
a stain on your
this
jacket,
Speedy.
go
Hold
ahead.
on, Speedy,
I'm
because
sorry. I'm sorry.
we definitely gonna have to move on to prosperity. But I want to say this again. This is day one, and we're
Right.
reacting to the news. This is an official court case. And
It's
as
not.
you can see on the screen, he's the subject, reportedly, of a secret investigation. So, we're just talking. Uh, our eyes gonna be on this like it's on any other hot topic. But
And I'll
again,
come
I
back if
respect
you
your
allow me
opinion and I thank you.
to.
Yeah.
But
Well,
Chit
thank you
chat.
for
thank
having
you.
me.
Hold
Go ahead.
on. You are welcome, Speedy. I wanted to say that thank you so much for watching me and telling me that you've been
Absolutely.
following me. I appreciate it. I
Absolutely.
also appreciate you clicking the link and coming up on the panel. And you
Thank you for
are
having me.
respected. Your opinion is respected. So
Thank you so much.
we
You
all
guys
have our
and
own
all the
opinions.
ladies on the panel, you guys have a great night.
You
I'm
You
still
too.
gonna
as
watch though.
well.
I'm gonna just drop down.
Okay, you too,
Okay.
sweetie.
All
All
Um,
right.
right.
Chit chat. Can I just say that in New York City, the statute of limitation is 2 to 5 years, and she is a
Oh,
resident of New York.
okay. Okay. Thank you for that. All right. Yeah, and thank you, Jamie. It's up to the DA. And we don't know what's to come. We don't know what's to come when it comes to this. So could be a money grab. I'm not, like I said, I'm not discrediting those of you that have a difference of opinion, but I just don't think that Cassie would take this chance at this time in her life. We just mentioned that she married. We just mentioned she just had kids. She's not gonna, I don't think, my opinion, jump out here and bring on all of this scrutiny, because that's what it's going to be. Everybody is not going to be on Cassie's side, and they have that right. I don't think she would just open herself up to that. Again, her husband comes from money. She's doing well. So we'll just keep our eye out on it. But Prosperity, you go ahead and start talking. I'm going to let my doggies in. Thank you again to my cutie mods. Thank you to the cutie crew representing. They barking because it's raining out there. And they cover, so I don't know what the problem is. Tyra, yes, we'll continue this on in members only too. It's a lot to unpack. Um, Criminal burden of proof is more than civil. Okay, Sherry, thank you for that. All right, Prosperity, thanks for joining me. Go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Hey y'all. Hi everybody.
Hey,
Prosperity.
Hello,
Hello.
hello.
How y'all doing?
hey.
I would like I like the fact that at least us women are willing to believe the woman instead of shunning her before we find out the facts, because it's a black man that we're going against, and the black man needs to be uplifted and held in high stature at all times. I don't think this lady would come out with these allegations now after all these years for no reason. We know Puffy has some questionable things up under his belt. So it's not like she's coming after a pope, somebody we know that, and like she coming after Denzel or Morgan Freeman, some people that we ain't never heard nothing about. This is Puff Daddy. He has sex parties, and people. It's a lot of men who have said things have been done to them at some of these parties. Like, this ain't just coming from nowhere. And I believe some of the things that she's saying can be true. Women are always not believed. We are first not believed before we are anything. So for us,
Especially black women.
exactly. So for us to come together and can get behind her, this is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing, because it's time that we start being believed. It's time that we start uplifting each other in our lowest moments. It's easy to say somebody to stand against somebody, but it's hard to stand with somebody with conviction and have their back and be there for them. It takes a lot to do these things. I'm a grape juice survivor. It takes a whole lot for you to come out and literally embarrass yourself and tell the things that were done to you when that was one of the lowest moments in your life. You want to forget, but you can't. You want to say something, but you're scared because we are not believed before we are anything. Then if you're a certain kind of woman, you certainly aren't believed. Like, it's a lot of things that go into a person coming out and standing in their ish and saying what happened to them. So thank y'all for being the people that will get rally around before you throw stones at the lake. That's all I wanted to say. Cutie.
She,
Anybody
she
else?
probably letting the dogs in.
Oh no, I thought I heard her voice.
I'm here and I'm talking and I was on mute. I said that I said Prosperity came in. I've been listening all this time. Prosperity came in laying down the law. Okay. And it would be nice. It would be, and it'll never be a perfect world if everybody was on one accord, but that's just not the case. And look, right now, this is the court of public opinion, and
Mhm.
everybody does have a right to their own opinion. But I'm with you, Prosperity. Look, I'm a girl's girl, big
Mhm.
time, and sometimes I believe cases maybe where I shouldn't. I think
Right.
that for me, I'm just gonna believe you first, and if it come down the line, then I'm dog you out like I would a man. But I think it would be nice if more women, especially, stood with women. I also think that it would be nice if other races would speak out when it comes to some of the issues
Mhm.
that we experience as a race. And I also especially wish our men, black men, would be the first to,
Mhm.
speak out. They don't. And it's very, very sad. So We have to be our sister's keeper. That's just it.
Mhm.
That's all. And I don't care what Cassie is mixed with and anything like that. A scorned woman normally acts quick. You know, a scorned woman, if you did her wrong and she mad in this, I think we would have heard about this years ago. I think she would have threw it on out there and did this and did that. To me, she had to take time to heal from all this shit that this man put her through. And I'm sorry, Diddy just gives those vibes for me. He does.
Mhm.
On top of money, he does. So
I
I feel
Did
for
y'all
his
talk
kid.
about him blowing up him about him the boyfriend, the old
We
boyfriend
did.
car was blew up in front of his house to scare them?
Uh-huh, we did. Kid Cootie. We
Yeah.
yeah.
sure did. And he came out and said what Cassie said was true.
Mhm.
Aubrey O'Day is speaking. Cassie's assistant is coming out and saying that he's finally glad that she's now telling her story. So, with witnesses, you know what I mean? I just don't think that this was made up. I don't think that
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
has a reason to do this. You know what I mean? Because it's not painting her
In a good.
exactly in
Mhm.
a good
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 luck.
good light. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people are going to say you could have left, you should have left, why did you do this? And
Can I
you
say
know
something about that, sis?
go
Because
ahead.
that was again, I know this Cassie, but that was a lot of that was said about Kiki, and she got money, and Cassie had money, and what kind of money do you have in order to not L- love is can be an addiction as well. Love can
Mhm.
be a powerful drug as well. And when somebody is loving you and you've been wanting love all your life and you've been going through bad relationship after bad relationship, and you get this man and this man love bombing you and he making you feel like you the best thing in the world when other men have tore you down, it's not as easy. Money does not equal I can leave. My feelings ain't
Yeah.
here. I haven't been love bombed. This man ain't made me feel like I was everything, the moon, the stars, and above. And then probably growing up, I was beaten, told that I was getting a beating because my mama or my daddy loved me. So this man hitting me ain't nothing new to love. Like, can we please stop acting like it's just so easy for somebody to you love somebody, whether it's for a year, a couple of months or not, and you in love with this person and you want to be in love with this person, you want this to be your person, and making it try to act like because you were of a certain stature, you should be able to not let those feelings get involved. Is that what that's supposed to be? Because this you got this, or why you ain't leave early? It's women that have dealt with this way longer.
Mhm.
It's older
Yep.
women, it's younger women. It doesn't have an age. Abuse has no age. And just because somebody is physically, you know that somebody is being physically abused, does not that mean that they're not being mentally, emotionally, financially, spiritually abused at the same time. So it don't when it physical abuse, it already came with other things before that. Other abuses have already started before the physical even became a part of it. So just because you
Uh-huh.
now know that they physically hurt, well, somebody hit you, you need to leave. But what about all the other abuses that were going on that got your mind gone, that got you believing this thing, Stockholm syndrome, and all of these things that go along with it? Can we please stop acting like
Mm.
because somebody got a certain amount of money, somebody is a certain
Yeah.
age, or person is at a certain stature, that means that they are stupid because it should be easy for them?
Right.
It's not
Right.
like that.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Because
You
a lot
are
of
a
people do
hundred
feel that
percent
way.
right.
She is. And thank you for saying love bombing, keyword. Thank you for saying that a lot of people, women especially, can become addicted to what they feel is love. Prime example is Ariane Curry. So when I started this live, I mentioned how we would have some similarities. That's a similarity. She's addicted to what she feels like is love. And all of us that continue to make these videos or hop on these panels or drop down in the comments and talk about her, we can see it, you know? And she just we talk about her in a way because she's taking it a step further. Normally, a woman will go through what they go through with that man. So if they are addicted to him, if they obsessed with him, Her obsession goes beyond Martell. And that's why we talk about her. Her obsession is also with Mel. You know what I mean? So that's why she
Mhm.
gets so much heat out here. But she's going through the same damn thing. She's going to find herself just like Cassie. And like I said, she will be the one that's going to take Martell down if she ever
Mhm.
leave and if she ever tell everything. Believe
Mhm.
me. Believe me. But let me read a comment real quickly. Thank you for saying this, baby girl. Baby girl said the reason most don't say anything is because of empathy. To pick apart a person's trauma is wrong. I didn't ask to be violated. Excellent, excellent comment. Sis, you said, so can somebody please list the appropriate order that you think a victim should follow through on abuse? Apparently, there's always something negative about how and when they speak out. I totally agree. There's not a timeline. But I can also understand people that feel like, why you wait so long? Hannah mentioned Bill Cosby, and in some cases, it's 20, 30 years. I think it was women that was speaking out around the time when I was born. This happened to me back then. You know what I mean? So I get that those that say, come on now, you could have said something year one. You could have said something year five. You could have said something year 10, year 20, whatever. But that still does not erase what they went through. So if it took them 40 years, it just took them 40 years. Bill Cosby gives those vibes to me. And as I mentioned, I thought he was an excellent comedian. I loved him on Cosby Show. Excellent show. But do I think that every woman that came out and said that about Bill Cosby was lying? Absolutely not. There are also other people that are coming out as we speak when it comes to Diddy. So before we swing up, and then we're going to swing up, I need you guys to keep your final thoughts at least 3 minutes. That's going to give us about 15, 20, 30 more minutes or so. But we definitely got to get out of here. But let me share this real quickly. Oh, first, let me read this from the document. I guess the rest of our breakdown of the document, the court document will be in members only, or maybe another live at another time. But I definitely wanted to speak out about this FO. FO is an arrangement called a freak off. Freak off. He would repeatedly tell Cassie at random moments that he wanted an FO, and Cassie was eventually expected to facilitate the location and the hiring of male ex workers. At certain points during Cassie and Diddy's relationship, he would insist on FOs weekly. Diddy, I'm saying Diddy instead of Mr. Combs, would repeatedly tell Cassie that this practice was our thing and our secret. So this is because they said that Diddy preferred to watch while she was with other men, and we know that there were rumors that he had a thing for men. But anyway, let me finish reading real quickly. FOs would often take place in hotel suites, Trump Hotel, Beverly Hills, the London Hotel, Intercontinental, Atlanta, and Century City, and the One Hotel in New York. Um, Miami hotels, all of that. But on one occasion around 2013, Diddy had an FO set up at the Intercontinental Hotel in New York City, after which he was charged with tens of thousands of dollars in damages by the hotel. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs' chief of staff, Tony Fletcher, paid the invoice charged by the hotel. So what happened where they had tens and thousands of dollars worth of damages in that hotel room? And allegedly, it could have been, this abuse. They paid the hotel off. But they said that his request, these are in the court documents, guys. His request was for her to find large black penises. penises. Large, black. That's what he wanted to see. And he would fly those workers into his location everywhere in the United States and abroad. So that's deep right there. To have her to do that, and I know some people will say, "Now, come on, girl, you didn't have to do that." But we got to remember, fear played a part. Alleged drug usage,
Mhm.
ketamine, marijuana, excessive alcohol, all of that, ecstasy, Mary, what do we call the C word that you can sniff and I think you guys know what I'm talking about. All of that,
Booger
GHB,
sugar.
booger sugar. There you go. Booger sugar, GHB. You all know the GHB is the date R word
Spanish
drug.
fly.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. But let me share this real quickly and then we're gonna go on up to Hannah. Um let me bring this up because somebody mentioned I'll be sure. People are talking. Woo, child, I gotta get on Twitter. I bet you Twitter is on fire. Let's see
You and me
here.
both.
But this person, huh?
I said you and me both got to go to Twitter when we get off here.
Girl, you must have missed me. I gotta take out my doggone intro. Not my intro,
I
but
heard you. I heard you. I asked you, did you dispute it? Did you try
I'm
disputing?
no, I'm just editing. So the end of my videos, it won't be that. It didn't pick up
But a
at
lot
the
of times
start.
when they do that to you, if you dispute it, it goes right away.
Yeah, but this is a copyright for the music, and I'm thinking that the producer probably didn't do everything that he wanted to do. So instead of fighting it that way, like they had unmonetized my video the other day with Jada and Will Smith. Well, since I edited it, it's monetized now. So I'm just going again, I got about 10, 12 days off work. I'll get it done. But let me
Okay.
read this real quickly. This person put, but when I'll be sure was saying something happened to Kim Porter. Nobody wanted to listen. Then he got sick suddenly. Y'all should have listened. They rekindled before she passed away. Now, I don't know what happened with Al B. Shore, but he definitely got sick, was damn near on his deathbed after
He
he spoke.
was.
And his mama.
And his mother after he spoke out.
Yep.
Powerful people can do powerful things, and this is why a lot of people stay quiet. But Hannah, we had 3 hours, so I'm gonna go ahead real quickly. 421 people watching. Thank you guys so much. Please hit the like button. Thank you to the chat. You guys keeping it cute. Natural wanted to get at somebody, but Natural, I hope you still here. We try to keep it cute even if we disagree with people. We don't call them dumb and stupid and tell them to shut up, okay? But thank you for joining me, Natural. All right, Hannah Grace, you are up. 3 minute time limit. Your final
Oh,
thoughts,
yes.
anything that you've
I
been
don't think that anyone, yes, I don't think that anyone on the panel said that people should not speak out when they feel like they should or want to. I was speak. I don't know this case here, and I've said
Mhm,
that from the beginning. I use the Bill Cosby example because I said, how are you to defend that in a court of law? That's the only thing that I'm saying. And I think everybody has
mhm,
a right to defend themselves. And if
mhm,
if somebody accused me of something that I did 50 years ago, I don't think that that's right. I don't think that it's right. You
mhm,
no, and the question is, so can somebody please list the appropriate order that you think a victim should follow through on abuse when they want to? Nobody is saying that they shouldn't.
mhm,
Everybody has a right to speak on what they want to. I'm talking about only when it comes to trying to defend yourself for something that happened 40 and 50 years ago. Again, I don't know this case. I haven't read anything about it. I still have a problem with trying to defend yourself again in a case that's 50 years old. I do have a problem with that. I'm not saying people can't speak out. Tell your truth. Nobody ever said that people should not say anything. Speak it. But I still have a problem with that. And that is because when people lie on you, just like Martell, I used that example earlier, he had people believing that he had evidence and people were going around speaking negative about. So people do lie. People do concoct stories. People do conspire.
Mhm.
That's all I'm saying.
But
So
but
the answer
Okay,
is
and let me say this. I know you're not done. I know you're not done, but let me say this. We can take this and use that example. Let's say for a robbery. Let's say for a unaliving case. Let's say for this. Those things can happen years ago. The burden of proof needs to come from the defendant. So no matter the years, if you're accused of something, it's up to you to be able to have evidence to fight what the person is saying. It don't matter the years. If somebody unalive, let's say a family member of mine 40 years ago, and due to DNA evidence that they got the new testing and all of that, due to DNA tests that's been brought up 40 years later, am I going to say, well, no, it's been too long. Don't bring that up. No,
no,
let them
you're
go
not
to
gonna say
court.
that.
Let them go to court, let them defend themselves, and then the burden will lie or the truth or whatever comes at the end. But just because a certain amount of time passed, what they got to do with anything?
Because chit chat, if you go to a criminal case, you know they're gonna have evidence 40 years later.
She
They're
got
gonna have
evidence. She got evidence too, Hannah. We've
well,
been
what I'm
saying
saying,
that. She got
I
evidence.
don't know this case.
Well, you
I
got
don't
to
know what's
read it.
in
I
there.
just read
I
it
don't
to
know
you.
I
The
don't know
mama
this
got
case. I'm not talking about
okay,
this case.
no, 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 no. Stop real quick. You don't know it because you didn't read it. I read it, and the documents say that the mama got pictures of the abuse. That's evidence.
I don't disagree with you. I'm not talking about
Well,
that.
I
I'm
don't
saying
understand the argument then. Go ahead.
no, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying about this case. I don't know it. But I'm saying if she has the proof, yes, that's fine. Go to court. I personally have a problem with a case that's 40 or 50 years old because, like you're saying, somebody gonna have evidence that somebody unalived someone, and you got DNA, you got eyewitnesses or whatever. That's fine. But if I don't have any witnesses, it's it's circumstantial. Your word against mine, and I don't have any proof, and I'm going to court for that. That's what I'm saying. And if you have evidence, yes, go speak your truth. But I'm just saying, on
Uh-huh.
some of these cases,
So you're just talking in general.
Yes, that's what you're
I'm
doing.
not talking about this case. I don't know this case. I'm gonna read it. I didn't even
Oh.
listen to anything. I'm not talking about this case. I know nothing about it.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely nothing. I haven't listened to anything. That's why I started off when we said from the beginning that I don't know this case and I probably
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't speak on it. And you said, go
Mm-hmm.
ahead on and give your opinion.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. No, I don't know this case. And the answer to the question is it's appropriate when you want to, how you
Mm-hmm.
want to. It doesn't matter how many years it is. Speak your truth. But like I said, when it's time to go to court, it's your word against mine. I still have a problem with that unless there's sound evidence to put somebody in jail.
Uh-huh.
That's all I'm saying.
All right.
And that's it. Mhm.
All right, Hannah Grace, my debater. That's Hannah's name. Hannah gonna give me a debate, child. And y'all know I love it. I promise you I do. Even in serious cases like this, I love to hear other perspectives. And again, we all have that right. So yeah, Hannah, if I can, what I'll do is I'm gonna send you the link. Do you have the documents, the court documents?
No, I haven't even followed the story.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm going to DM you the court documents on Instagram. So
okie
that way
doke.
you can just have it. It's
Mhm.
35 pages long, but it's definitely worth the read. It really
Yeah,
is. So,
thank you so
yeah.
much. And let me just say one other thing about this coleslaw
Uh-huh.
thing. I disagree with you on that too,
On
slightly,
what?
because that he's grooming her or whatever, or groomed coleslaw. Coleslaw know exactly what she's doing.
I agree with Hannah.
Okay, calm down.
That's all I got to say on
Hannah
that.
and I on the same page with
Listen,
that topic.
look, and look. Let me say this. I love the disagreement. I do. Hold on, Hannah. I just sent you that. I hope you're able. Yeah, you'll be able to do it. You all have to admit now. Now, for real, the girl was 24. Martell was what, 35, somewhere around there. 24, if we are looking at this lady today at 33 and we're saying that she has the mentality of a teenager, no matter how sinister she was, Coleslaw gives me the impression that she was reared to believe
Yep.
that sex will
Get your
be
everything.
able to rule everything. You're going to get what you want. You probably
Mhm.
going to get this. So do I think that she knew what she was doing? Absolutely. But do I also think that because of her mentality, she was able to be groomed? I absolutely believe that. You got to listen to her own
Mm,
words. Her
mm,
own
Well,
words
I'ma say she
say,
has arrested
hold
development
on,
issues.
Tawana, hold on.
Hold
Her
on.
own, in her own words, she said, "He don't want me to go out. He don't want me to do this. He and she don't. That's grooming. That's grooming.
Mhm. Mhm.
Grooming could be, grooming is just not actually. Grooming is grooming your mind. Grooming is grooming your actions. Grooming is grooming your reactions. Yes, she was a fool. No pity for coleslaw. You guys know I got zero pity for coleslaw. But do I think that this man has had control over her mind? Absolutely. I do.
Mhm. I'm with you.
Again, I slightly disagree because I think
Okay.
Coleslaw is playing games. People think she think like a teenager. This woman knows
Mm-hmm.
exactly
Look,
what she is doing. She
She
was
a
very
pro.
manipulative when she did what she did. It's
she
strategic.
was. I'm not saying that she wasn't, but listen to her talk. Listen to
Right.
her vocabulary. Look at her actions. There are young girls. Let's go by a video that she just did last night. And I got it, but I'm not
mm,
going to put it up. There are young girls that's 17, 18 years old. And when they look in the phone, all they
mm.
do is look at themselves. They're
All
going to
right, I
switch to
agree,
this
chit
side.
chat.
They're
You're
going to
right.
switch
You're
to
right.
another side. They're going to smile. They're going to this. I'm that B. I'm that. That is young mentality. That is a
Mm-hmm.
young person's mentality. Normal
Yeah.
33-year-old women her age is out here trying to establish. This girl
Get
got
that bag.
70 to 80,000 followers on Instagram and
Right.
don't even know what to do with it. Ain't nobody with that many followers. I'm not thinking about. I ain't gonna
Mm-mm.
mention them kids. I ain't gonna mention Mel. If I'm with Martell, I'm with Martell. But guess what I'm about to do as a 33-year-old woman?
Get
Get
that.
to the bag.
Yes,
And
right.
again,
Go
slightly
ahead.
disagree. It's flat out evil and strategic. She knows exactly what she's doing. And if I
I
wouldn't
don't
be
think she's
surprised,
smart
I
enough to
would not
even
be
think.
She learned from her mama. That's all
I
I'm
would
I
not
don't
One at
be
a
think she's smart
time.
enough to think strategically.
No.
trust me. I believe that this lady is doing exactly what she has planned to do. You mean to tell me you don't think that she planned what she did to get Martell when that lady told her
We not
what she
saying that
needed to
she
do?
didn't.
Now
We
I'm
not.
talking
She
that's
planned.
strategic.
Listen, she planned to get Mel's husband, and she got him right.
Yep.
What's come out of that?
I
No.
mean,
Yeah,
that
she
doesn't.
wanted that, but did she plan how things was gonna go? Did she? Could
Nope.
she? Anybody in their right mind would know. You can't come up against that. You can't compete where you don't even compare. Do I think she's evil, Hannah? We agree. So, like I said, don't think that I'm throwing her any type of slack, but I can recognize manipulation, and Martell manipulated her for sure, for sure. Was she a victim or was she a volunteer? She volunteered. She definitely volunteered,
Mhm.
but you can't move the way this girl moved. You can't get on social media and have a mental breakdown, but I'm evil and I'm doing this. Hell no, that man had messed up her head. Big
I
time.
think they manipulated each other. I'm gonna tell you
That's
the
what I'm
truth.
saying. At the
Cause
end of the day,
Martell got arrested development issues.
at the end of the day, what's gonna happen is he is already tricked. she got him in a trick bag. I don't know how it's gonna work out, but
Good.
that's just what I when watching this lady here, she
Yeah,
is
good.
very, very strategic.
Yes.
And,
She ain't
and
strategic.
also,
She
Chit
dumb
Chat,
as
she walk
hell.
around. Don't no 34-year-old walk around with just a lip gloss in their
Girl, come
pocketbook.
on
'Cause
now.
that
She
pocketbook
dumb
was
as hell.
stinking.
Ain't nothing strategic about what Coleslaw is doing. Coleslaw got a daughter living with the daddy. Knox is with anybody so she can chase after Martell
Yep.
because she finally frantic that he's letting her
People see
show
her.
her. The only strategicness that Coleslaw has utilized was her body.
Yep.
That's not
She got it from
strategic.
her mom.
Coleslaw ain't got shit to show from being strategic. That's dumb. That's not strategic. That's dumb.
A empty
Okay.
pocketbook with lip
I
gloss
mean,
in it.
again, yeah,
And Hennessy bottles.
we're seeing it the same way, but I see it a little different because I know when I say strategic, I'm saying manipulative to get what she wants, and this is what she's going to keep on doing. And
Well,
I mean, we're seeing it
God bless on her
totally,
journey, as
she's
Mel would say.
totally off.
She want
She,
Nell to
she's
acknowledge her.
crazy
Mm-hmm.
for
Yeah.
doing what she's doing, but she's doing it for a reason.
Well, God
She
bless
want
her on
Nell
Attention.
her.
to acknowledge her.
Hold on, Tawanda. We're going to get to you. I promise you. God bless her on her journey, Hannah. We definitely got to move on. I feel you. Like I said, we know that she has evilness in her, but I don't see what's the prize? Where's this strategicness? And I know that's not a word. Where is it taking you? What is it doing? You know what I mean? Like LaDon said, just whoever said it, lip gloss on your lips and teenage shit. Teenage shit. You got a whole degree that you never use. There
Yep.
is no, she's obsessed. And I think that's what people need to put that word into play. She's
Mm-hmm.
obsessed. She was obsessed with Mel's life, still is. And in that, she finds herself where she is. Coleslaw not doing anything. She won't have any results. If Martell was to marry her, he's being strategic. He wants to get her on that show. But as far as her, she's not running a damn thing.
Yeah, she been manipulative with no plan at
That's it.
all.
Yeah. She manipulated him with her body because I
Mm-hmm.
can guarantee you if she would have put the rules down, dude, holla at me when you divorce. I
Yep.
know me and you feeling each other, but the fact is you got a wife. Go ahead and handle that. If you like me as much as you say you do, I'll wait for you for a little while. It shouldn't take that long for you all to go ahead and get separated. So
That's it.
her goal was what she thought was what we started off saying, this powerful man. Mel had the power. She didn't know that. She see it now,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So I feel you, Hannah. She is calculating, very calculating, but I'm gonna use a real calculator. 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year. Where has the calculations gotten her?
We don't see it,
Lick
but
from the bite.
That's it.
yeah, we don't see
Where's
it.
it gotten her? Has her and Martell tied the knot? No. Has her and Martell bought a home together? No. Has her and Martell been as farther than Atlanta and Florida? No. Has Martell ever said this is my woman? No.
Ma'am, they
So I
got
mean,
properties
But
together.
what's
can
really
I
going
say,
on?
yes,
You
we don't
can,
see
Hannah,
it.
and you got 30 seconds, and we gotta
Okay,
go.
yeah,
Go ahead.
you're right. We don't see any of that. We don't see it. But
What are we trying to see?
it's not. I mean, we don't want to see it. I'm saying we don't really know. But I will say this: whatever she wants, she's going to try to get, no matter what we see, because it's
Well, good for
way
her.
the way she and this is what I'm saying. The way she's thinking is different from what the way we're thinking. So we see all of the problems that he has created for her, but she see it totally different.
We
So
said that.
again, that's why I say she's trying to get what she wants. And it may
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is, she gonna get it. That's why I say it's manipulation. And some people have a
but
glut for
But what
punishment.
has she gotten?
right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And thank you for that, Hannah. Whatever she get, God bless her. You didn't work hard, child, for 10 years. Whatever you get out of this, God bless you. Mel divorced him. She's a non-factor, really. And in the end, she's playing herself. Like you
Mm-hmm.
said, we see it, she don't. But for me, Hannah, the way you're saying it is like she's reaping these benefits. What
Yeah.
are they?
None.
Can you
No,
tell me
no,
what
that's
you're gonna get?
no. Let me just say, no, that's not what I'm saying. She's not reaping anything other than what she wants. And if as long as what she wants she get, then she's in her mind she's
Well,
a
that's
winner.
fine.
But we don't.
Right.
We don't. Yeah, I
What
understand.
she
I'm
what
just saying.
right.
It's
What
twisted
what
she
mind. It's
getting?
twisted thinking is all I'm saying. And that's
right.
why I say
And I'm
she's
glad you said that because twisted thinking is not logical. Twisted thinking is not gonna get you where in life. I understand what you're saying. What she wants, she's getting. But what is she getting? We
Nothing.
can't
A
That's
wet
why
answer
she's a
tail.
case study.
that. Well, that's it. We can't answer that.
That's why
At
we
some
talking
point,
about her.
look, at some point, everything can't stay behind the scenes. Okay. So if she's getting something, we would have seen something. Now she
That's
didn't get
worth
some
getting.
money. She didn't get some money over these past couple weeks. And guess what? That's why we are seeing her.
And
But
that stuff gone.
he gonna go back and do what he been doing. You know what I mean? When you show a man your pattern, whether you feel like you manipulating him or not, when you show him I am willing to put up with this and put up with that and put up with that and this and that,
The
what you doing?
crumbs.
You ain't manipulating shit but your damn self. And
Yes.
excuse my French.
Because
She
what she wants is like what what said. She want Martell and she want a ring, and she ain't got neither one of those things in all of
but
these years.
but guess what? If she get them, God bless her. She worked hard for it.
No, I'm just saying
It's
she ain't
still
got
She
nothing,
worked
but
Then
hard.
that's
she
what
want a
she
G
wants, and
wagon.
she ain't got it yet. So that she ain't
Right,
getting nothing. She's still trying to
right.
get what she wants.
Right, exactly. Still. Y'all know I love to say still trying to get it. Okay, girl. If that was my niece, if that was child,
Baby.
best
it's
believe,
embarrassing. Chit chat. It's
best believe.
embarrassing.
Yeah, it's a mess. But thank you, Hannah. Hannah gonna always rise my blood pressure, child. Each
What
sorry about
happened
it.
to her?
She rising
each
with love.
and every, each and every time. You know I love me some Hannah Grace, baby. Thank you,
Thank you, Chit
Hannah.
Chat.
All right, Deshonda. Hannah had 3 minutes, child. She done took about 13. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts, Deshonda? Final thoughts. Final thoughts. We got to get out of
Oh,
here.
I'm just gonna say that Diddy and Martell, they spent years of planting seeds. They planted
Mm-hmm.
seeds of lies, abuse, manipulation, all kind of evil and destruction.
Mm.
Now we're in harvesting season. It's harvest time. They're harvesting what they planted. They sowed those seeds, and now you got to reap it, and it's coming back. They all this time they thought they got away with stuff. Now it's coming to the forefront. Now you got to answer. You gotta pay the toll. You did these things. Now you got to answer for them. That secret ring, all this stuff, like for so long, you can only get away with things for so long. All the stuff you do in the dark that you think will never come to the light because you got money, you got power, you got whatever. It always gonna come to the light. And that whole FO situation, that reminds me of a book I read about Marvin, his ex-wife Jan. He used to do that to her too. Because Jan was a teenager when Marvin met her. And he would make her be with other men, and he would watch, and then he'll call her and say, "Oh, you, my angel fell from grace," and you just discuss. I mean, just talk about it and do a bad. He would try to make her sleep with Frankie Beverly, do all those things. The same thing that old Diddy Bop did to Cassie, he did to her. And I'm just like, when does this crazy cycle of abuse ends?
Yeah.
And it's crazy, the manipulation. Like, they know how to manipulate a simple-minded person, somebody that's not wise to the ways of the world, to men. And I think that's, I mean, to be honest with you, that's kind of Martell did. Yeah, it's manipulation on both ends, but Martell, like Austin Alexander said in the chat, he manipulates Coleslaw way more than she manipulates him. So
Absolutely.
because
She was 24 when they met, but I mean, I listen. I got some friends, Lord knows, they way older than Coleslaw, but them some. I be like, you ain't live no kind of life. You kind of a little slow there, ain't you? You know. But they do. They It's certain stuff that they'll do and they'll accept for men, and I'm just like, ain't no way in the world. Like, why? And you really have to take your time and be patient with them and really kind of talk to them. Cause I'm just like, if I just really just be cold blooded, like what I want to say, it ain't gonna be good. So I can see that where he manipulates her, because if she were, like you said, if she really was manipulating him like then she really had like she would have been had that man married. First of all, Mel wouldn't have left him. He would have left Mel for her and married
Thanks.
her, and all of the everything she wanted, she would have had. She still ain't got it, and she ain't gonna get it. And he know he got her, and he gonna make her do whatever, and she'll do it just for the sake of any little attention that he her.
Hmm.
But those are my thoughts, and that's it.
Great points. Great points. And I agree. I'm sorry. I don't, like I said, other than with her body, I don't see any manipulation. None.
Mm-mm.
As a woman, we know, especially with somebody that I was with when they were married, the first thing that I'm gonna manipulate your ass to do when you're not
Mhm.
married is show me, is
Yeah.
claim me. She's not
Exactly.
manipulating anything,
Exactly.
It's sad, huh? Go ahead, Deshonda.
I know. I was agreeing with you. I said exactly. I agree. You gonna
Oh,
have to
yeah. You know,
every chance we go. I don't care if it's the grocery store, the corner store, wherever.
period.
We going
Period.
live everywhere we go. Make sure you see me popping.
Yeah. Right. I didn't fault all this time. Yeah. So, until you can do that, and she didn't even manipulate him to do this. Please believe this was Martell and
Mhm.
Martell's only
Choice.
decision for her to show him on live.
Mhm.
Facts.
Period. So they didn't just pop up and she cooking at his house and she live and he just, oh, hey. He even
Mm-mm.
gave her a look last night. I got the picture and I'm gonna send it to you. She's still stuck in side chick mode. At first, she
Send it to
had
me.
the camera on his leg and on his shoes. She's still groomed to being a side chick. And
Yeah.
then she remembered, oh, I can show him now. And that's when
Mm.
she started showing his face. He gave her a look like, why am I on this camera? So it was Martell's decision. She couldn't even manipulate that. Okay, they talking smack, you can go ahead and show me. Or I want to make Mel jealous, you can go ahead and show me. Or I want to do this or get people to talk about us. You can go. That's the only
Mhm.
reason why. That wasn't because of her at all. But great points, Ladon. Sorry, not Ladon. Deshonda. Thank you so much, sis. Next up is Ladon. Ladon, your thoughts, 3 minutes.
Well, Coleslaw is a case study, and she lives in a delusional world. And in her mind, she's in a competition, but the competition is with herself. And she thinks she's in a battle, but Mel handed him over. And you're just now, how many years later? It was many other women after Mel, and you stayed on the sideline on the couch and was able to accept the crumbs he was giving you. You said it yourself. You said it on the tape that all he does is give you D and food. That's what you said. That's what you get from him, D and food. He is at his lowest right now. He needs something. He knew your settlement was coming up, allegedly, in my opinion. And he's sticking up under you, letting you get a little attention right now. And he's also trying to get you to get a bag so you can stop trying to dig in his pockets, because you also said he pays your bills because you can't do nothing for yourself. So you're making yourself look stupid when you think you're winning while you're smiling on the phone for like 20 minutes, just like a kid, just like just moving the phone, just like that's just so stupid. And you think you look good doing it. when you have your little cheerleaders who think like you, and we're able to talk about you and your situation because of how you're doing, what you're letting us see. So I think that she's just accepting crumbs, and it's good enough for her because she's trash. When trash gives you more trash, it's something big to you because her bag's getting filled up. Her trash bag's getting filled up. You
Oh,
Mm.
know? So if that's good enough for
Mm.
her, like you said, chit chat, go on, girl. Go on, girl, because we already see what you know you're worth. If that's all it takes, go on, girl. We finally happy for you then. If that's all it takes, girl, please. You ain't showing us nothing. We see the real. You're still pulling the wool over your own eyes. And as
mm-hmm.
far as
Mhm.
them manipulating each other, they are playing a game with each other, but she's losing because the things he's having her do way more. The depths that she can get in trouble for the things that he has led her to do for him is way more
Mm-hmm.
serious than the little game she played with saying little words. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? So he got her in a pickle, and until she knows her worth and write that tell all book like Superhead did, he's
Mhm.
still in power. He's still in power because he's gaining way more. He has full control. He's the puppet
Mhm.
master. He makes her speak what he wants her to speak. He feeds her what he wants her to say and what he wants her to pass on. She knows nothing unless he tells her. You understand? And that's just how it is. He's the puppet master. Just like he tried to puppet master everybody else on that show. He's the puppet master. Yes, she
Mhm.
was broken before he met her. She was already broken and evil because her first baby was from a man that had a
30
woman.
seconds. 30
All
seconds,
right,
sis.
real quick. Her first baby was from a man that had a woman. So we already know she was broken before he got her. That's why it was easy for him to be able to control her mind and groom her because she was already broken and a willing participant because evil matches evil. They have the same dark soul and spirit and they feed off of each other. That's it.
All right. LaDawn. All right. And I agree. I agree. Um, I don't think that she was broken when she met him. Because then this is just my opinion. I just think that this is what this girl do. So she knew that Paris's daddy had a girlfriend. She went
Mm-hmm.
in and did that. But Martell offered more. Martell offered somewhat of a celebrity, somewhat
Yep.
of not sure who that is, Prosperity. Please
Mhm.
mute Tawana, please Tawanda. Please mute till we get to you, please. Um, what was I saying? He had somewhat of a celebrity. You know what I mean? The man is on TV or was about to be on TV. This man driving these fancy cars. Oh, that's your house. This man lived there. So it became a goal of hers to get that. And in trying to do so, she then drove herself crazy, in my opinion. So I don't think that she started off broken, but I definitely think that she is broken. She shows it every day. But she say she that girl. Don't nobody want to be that girl. And nobody is just doing this because we're jealous of Ariane Curry. Nobody is talking about this because we're intimidated or we feel like she's the shit and we're not. No, and it's time for her to get that out of her head. We see the road that she's been going down, and she's going to continue. So it is what it is. Thank you for that, LaDon. Real quickly, I'm gonna do a little break and share some positivity up in here. Congratulations to Melody Ashari. She is on the cover of Swag Her, the November issue. So I'm not sure if this is an online publication or not, but I'm gonna research this when I get off and see if it's online. Most times they do have digital copies. So you guys make sure to look up Swag Her. I'm not sure if Mel has this on her page or not. I'll have to check that as well. But But yeah, this was my one of my favorite looks with Jay Bolin. I love that little top and hat. And yeah, that's our girl. This is what you call being a boss. This is what you call those that get it, get it. I get it. And I think we all want to get it as well. We want to own businesses and open up businesses and, live life like you're supposed to. So for male, continue to go down the path that you're going on. As far as Ariane, I'm just over that. But anyway, thank you, LaDon. Red Ann, you start now. 3 minutes. We had 3 hours, 30 minutes. 3 minutes, Red Ann. Did
Um,
Red, I was going to say, did Red Ann
no,
fall asleep
I'm
on me,
up,
chat?
honey. Girl,
Okay.
I'm up. I'm up. I was just listening to the debate, and I will say this. With um women that have gone through DV, I I can say this, and this is the first. I don't know if this is the first time I've said something. I have experienced it, and as someone that has went through it, um, when it first happens, you you're shocked. I think you know you think, okay, did that really just happen? Um, there's just so
Mhm.
many emotions that race through your mind. Because I remember always saying, I'll never let a man put his hands on me, dot, dot, dot.
Mhm.
And when it first happened, I was shocked.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I was like, okay, did that just happen? And then you start thinking, okay, did I do something? Um, what do I do now? Okay, I need to make sure that I don't do that again.
Mhm.
There's just a range of emotions that you go through, to the point where you're not yourself anymore. Because you want to do everything to make that person happy, do whatever you have to do so that person won't do that again to you. And you lose yourself. You absolutely lose yourself. So to hear some of the things that Cassie went through, that had to be brutal, absolutely brutal for her. And no one can judge a young lady or a young man that's going through that and say, why did you wait so long? Because there's
Right.
just so many different things that you are faced with. Do you tell your family? Do you not tell your family? If your family finds out, what are they going to do? Then you want to protect your family by not saying anything because you know what they're capable of doing. So it's just so many different things that are involved. And then when you have children, then you start thinking about the children. Then you start thinking about not only your safety, but their safety. So then you have to start being very strategic in how you move in order to get out of it. So before you know it, years have gone by, you know, and then you finally
Mhm.
get to a point where you just absolutely can't take it anymore. And when you start to think along the lines of self harm or harming him or her,
Yep.
that's when you're like, okay, you know what? It's not worth it. I gotta do something. I have to do something.
Mhm.
And that was me. I had to pray, and I prayed and I prayed and I prayed. And I will tell you, God answers prayers. He answers prayers. And when you
Mhm.
know that he answers prayers and he hears you, there's no better feeling than knowing that he heard your prayers He saw your tears and he got you out of it. So for Cassie
Yes.
to have gone through this, she may have been through a season of having to truly mentally get her mind right, get her body right, because all of the illicit things that she was putting in her body, she had to detox from all of that. I'm sure she was in therapy. She had to do probably so much stuff to get to a place where she felt whole, because she knew that when she finally spoke out and got the courage to speak out, she was going to have the naysayers or people that were going to say it didn't happen, or they were going to critique or criticize why she didn't do this, why she didn't do that. But she wouldn't have to say any of this if he would have just been a gentleman.
Hmm. All right.
That's it.
Yes, and I'm sorry that you went through that, Red Ann. I totally agree with what you said as far as how you ended that. Had he been a gentleman, did any man, and I just can't say enough how most times they are protected. They are protected by us. Like you say, we blame ourselves. What did I do wrong? What could I've done differently? What caused him to do that? Then the average man, they run that game after they do it. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I'm so sorry. I just wish you wouldn't have said this to me, or whatever the case may be. And I say believe people. Believe people. In this case, I believe Cassie. I see that, a couple people in the chat. And again, you guys definitely have that right. Because this is right now, uh, as far as public opinion. That's all we can do. We don't know everything, and but those court documents, most times, if you don't have some type of evidence, they not even taking a case of this magnitude, because the courts are also going against a powerful man, a powerful black man. So I think that they do their due diligence first, and then we got a case. We're gonna go ahead and move forward. So we're gonna keep our eyes out on it. That's for sure. Yeah, both parties. It's fight time. So, if Diddy can come out and prove this or prove that, and I use his money to prove this or prove that, then, it is what it is. Somebody in the comments said that J-Lo got out just in time. J-Lo seemed like she was one and done. After that club fight, she was up, and she absolutely made the right decision. And he still tried to get her back several times, and she wasn't having it. So yeah, Sherry, we don't know if she didn't go to the popo. We don't know. Rena, you've been putting everything in here, child. R. Kelly, Morgan Freeman, Denzel. Yeah, it happens. And if they didn't come up against charges, then it is what it is. You know, no, it happens. It does. But thank you for that, Red Ann. Thank you, thank you. And we are going to go ahead and go to Tawanda. Tawanda, your thoughts, final thoughts.
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Good
I'm
night,
gonna
Hannah
keep it a
Grace.
buck.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I believe Cassie because what she's saying coincide with everything that Jaguar Rights was saying all this time, everything that I'll be sure was saying. I'll be hinting around it, but he was really strong about, Kim Porter's death. And I'm just saying it like that. To me, the pattern that Diddy is going, he's going by both of his mentors, Mr. Clyde Davis and Andre Harrell. Oh, and I'm telling you, Andre Harrell was a nasty piece of work.
Allegedly, allegedly,
Allegedly.
allegedly. Mm-hmm.
Allegedly, he was a nasty piece of work.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I'm gonna say on that. And I give advice to any young woman that want to go into the entertainment industry. Pray and talk to God first.
Yeah.
You can use your gift in other avenues, but pray and talk to God first. And I'm glad I did.
I'm glad you did too. Yeah. It's a tough world out here. And again, we talking about people with power. So imagine the average woman and what they go through because yeah, we do. We do, a lot of us.
We have a
But
lot of
thank
narcissists out here.
mm-hmm.
And a narcissist with money is very dangerous. And I mean, it's like a whole nother world of danger.
Yeah. Yep.
You better say that.
It's
Mm-hmm.
very frightening.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is. All
And
right. Well,
getting
thank you.
on Miss
Oh,
Coleslaw.
all right. 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't call her coleslaw no more because my 20-year-old asked me to stop calling her that because she actually like coleslaw the food. So I call her Angry Bird
Mm-hmm.
because she always angry. I feel with her, yeah, I believe she has some arrested development issues as well as her bitter baby daddy,
Mm-hmm.
allegedly. Allegedly, her bitter baby daddy is a child of fetal alcohol syndrome. Allegedly.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What was that? We
I
don't talk
said
about
allegedly.
kids.
I'm talking about Martell.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
You was talking about
I
Martell.
ain't said kids. I said her bitter baby
Oh,
daddy.
okay. All I, cause okay. Go ahead.
I mean, we all know Merlene can carry him down. And that's all I'm gonna say. And now you think about it, like the episode where he was reading the speech and he was struggling, stumbling and bumbling on words. I work in mental health. I have a long-term career in mental health. That is severe signs of severe fetal alcohol syndrome.
All right. Well, we going if you can for YouTube purposes, but we get it. Possibility.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly. And all I got to say about them two, I wish they would keeping Mel and her kids in prayer. I wish they
Mm-hmm.
would leave her alone. She need to took her 40K and got stuff she needed like a house, a car, get them old braces off her teeth, things that she needed. But she's never gonna be on G Wagon status. I'm sorry. It ain't for her.
Yeah.
And that's all I
All
gotta say. Good night, y'all.
All right, Tawanda. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for giving advice when it comes to the entertainment industry. All of that. All of that. And yeah, we're gonna keep our eyes out on this for sure.
hmm
All of the above. But thank you, thank you. And we're gonna go ahead and end it with prosperity thick girl.
Oh, everybody left. I just want to say one thing about the Martell and coleslaw thing, baby. Stop putting y'all name, y'all mouth, your thoughts, and everything on mail. Y'all should be tired of this lady winning. Every time y'all say something against her or try to do something to make her see y'all, God just blesses her. This lady got a whole magazine cover, and all goddamn coleslaw got was to pay for some Hawk tickets for her baby daddy. Girl, leave that lady alone and go get you some blessings of your own. Cause I would get tired of seeing this lady be blessed because of me, because of the things. What God say? If what would she say? Every 7 blessings. How did thing go? Chit chat.
7 demons, 7 blessings.
Yeah, that one.
Every demon, five blessings.
Five. I was gonna say where y'all get seven from, child.
But yeah, that
Completion.
because every time the cast, coleslaw, Martell, anybody speak on Mel negatively or try to bring her down, here she go again with something else big that she come out with. I would be tired. of seeing somebody be blessed in my face as much as they see her being blessed. Do some things. Secondly,
Mm-hmm.
I I appreciate everybody for rallying around Cassidy instead of tearing her down, because trauma has no date on it.
That's
Your
right.
trauma, you never know when your trauma is going to take you to that breaking point where you got to choose yourself or keep choosing that person who gave you that trauma. Because that's all we do is protect the person who gave us trauma when we keep holding it in and we keep harming ourselves and not even knowing
Yeah.
it. I was grape juiced by someone, went went to my sister. Sister didn't want to go by herself to her boyfriend's house, so I go with her. Roommate, older than me, grape juices me. I can't tell nobody because I know I'm scared my family gonna unalive him. And then he's somebody a big D dealer, and he was also wanted by the FBI more than one time and get straight back out. Like,
Mm, mm.
who do you tell? Because you know your family gonna ride.
Yeah.
So I had to keep that in until I was grown.
Mm,
So you can never give somebody a time limit on their own trauma. That's not even logical. You never know when that day gonna come when you just break down. You could be anywhere. You could be in the middle of a grocery store. If it hits you, it hits you. You have no control over that. And if this is what she had to do now after she had coped with whatever she had to cope with and get through it, and now that she's through it, she want to come over here and she want to make him pay. Do it. She was the one that was affected by this. None of us. How do we have an opinion about somebody else's trauma and what somebody else did to her, and then the way that she decides to handle that person? That makes no sense. So, black
mm-hmm.
men, y'all need to get it together as well, because y'all always standing behind the men that do the bull crap. But the women who you say you love, if it was your family member, you think different. But when it's not somebody that you love, it's she got to be lying. It ain't true. But when it's done to your people, you want to go and see about it.
Yeah.
No, we can't have that for everybody. Everybody deserves to have somebody in their corner helping them fight. Because this fight can be lonely as all outdoors. So I'm just glad that the people in this room have come to the conclusion that they'll believe before they don't, and don't throw stones until it's fit need be. If she
Mm,
lying, we'll all find out. If she telling the truth, we were already on her side.
yeah. All right. All right. Prosperity again with words of wisdom. And yeah, the majority, I'll just say I put myself in Cassie's spot. If I got
Mhm.
up the courage 20 years later, I would hope people would believe me. I would hope my character would
Yep.
speak for itself. Cassie has never moved out here reckless in these streets. She's never been involved in anything other than Diddy.
Mhm.
So her character for me is what I'm going on. And we really still don't know, but I I plan to believe her. And I really don't think, that's self-destruction when people do things like this and it's not true. And I think she got too
Mhm.
much to lose. I also think she got too much to live for. And her husband is dynamite, because if you've been following them on Instagram, he's been
Mhm.
dropping stuff about Diddy
Yep.
been since he married her. And as I mentioned earlier, I think that's because she confided in him as
Mhm.
far as the things that, because your spouse or your whoever you with, they can pick up on things, and why are you tense, or why are you this,
Yep.
or you know what I mean? You never know how this affected even their love life,
I was just about to
in the
say it.
bedroom or things
Mhm.
like that. So I'm sure that a conversation was had and she shared with him. Diddy even tried to son
Yep.
that guy with his money and his power, and basically let him know that, because Diddy was bogus when she first got married. He was still flirting with her. He was He at one point he was posting pictures of he and Cassie, and taunting this man with his ex. So we
Yep.
shall see. I'm sure this will be a topic that we will continue to discuss. But I wanted to see you guys. This stood out to me in the video. I said I wasn't putting this child on she can go ahead on. But Martell was looking at that camera like, enough now. Damn, I know I said you could do it. I know I said it's okay, but enough.
Too
He
bad.
cut his ass at her. At her.
She
Yes.
just had 40K. Yeah, and you mean to tell me that is what she had to get done? That's all she had to get done to her head? Who did that? Paris?
Child.
They look alike.
Okay.
Allegedly, in my
Again.
opinion, I mean, not in my opinion, but allegedly, those tickets were free
Yeah,
tickets.
that's
She
what
didn't even
Martell
pay
said.
for them.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I heard
Martell
that.
said they were free. And remember, Chit Chat, he did that
I didn't hear
Miguel
him.
Wilson. No, I'm
Uh-huh.
talking about the Miguel Wilson suit line. Remember those athletes was all in they
Mm-hmm.
also
Uh-huh.
modeled the suits. Maybe he got connections like that,
Yeah.
because
But
those are usually with teams, they're season tickets, but that's
yeah,
not a popular, like they don't really, so maybe he got them like that. I don't know, but he did say it
could be. Where did he
allegedly.
say that? I heard people saying it, but I didn't
I
hear
did too.
anything with him saying it.
I don't know where he said it. I
I
heard it.
don't know where he said it at, but that's what on the
Okay, yeah.
other.
I don't think he didn't
That's why I
say
said
anything.
allegedly.
Yeah, I heard other content creators saying it, but I didn't hear
Right,
him say it. Not in this
right.
video. And
No,
he
that's
was
why I
not
said
posting.
allegedly.
Right, I know, you could. But yeah, most times floor seats are sold out in advance. So
Right.
Okay.
it's highly possible that they were given those tickets. But
Mm-hmm.
if not, the frantic one, and we out of here after this. The frantic one did post the little money that they had, that she allegedly has come into. And I wouldn't put it past them to try to give off the appearance of they balling. You know what I mean?
Right.
Typical income tax season behavior, if you ask me. But look, whatever they do, they do. My concern has always been with the movements of the ex-wife, and she's doing the damn thing. She ain't got to come out here in front. She ain't got to come out here and even say anything about him. Definitely ain't got to say anything about the bird. You know what I mean? So
No
they
bullshit.
gonna continue to do what they do. You know,
Big
that's it.
bank take little bank.
That's it. That's it. But I thank you guys so much. We are right under 4 hours. How
All
did a
right.
power hour turn into 4 hours? I don't know.
Because
But
you love us.
I know, child. I try every time. Okay, LaDon, 3 minutes. Hannah, 3 minutes. And I just let y'all just talk and talk.
How you
But
gonna
I
blame
was
me?
good this time. I had minutes to spare. I was
you
good.
were. Well, I don't know about the spare child, but you know.
It was not 3 minutes, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't know now. No, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you to everybody that joined the panel though. We had let me try to remember because I stopped writing them down. I know we had Speedy, we had Girlfriend Chronicles, we had Mildred, we had Tawanda, we had Deshonda, we had Hannah Grace, we had Prosperity Thick Girl, and I feel like I'm missing somebody. If I
Debbie.
did,
Me.
Red Ant.
LaDawn. OMG. LaDawn. And LaDawn didn't even fall asleep on us tonight, child. Or Red
Hey.
Ant.
And neither did Red Ant.
Okay, that's what I just said. The two that normally fall asleep. But we
Aunt
do
Debbie
have a
was here
member.
too.
Huh?
Wasn't Aunt Debbie here too?
No,
Mm-mm.
Aunt Debbie wasn't here today.
I thought I could have
Mm-mm.
heard her voice.
I
Okay.
didn't see Aunt Debbie. No, I
No,
didn't
she
see Aunt
wasn't
Debbie.
here.
I thought somebody else it was her.
Yeah.
Somebody sounded like her.
Yeah, but we
All right.
will
Well, good night.
continue to. Good night, guys. We're gonna continue to discuss this Diddy. We may be doing a strict power hour tomorrow. Exciting news for me tomorrow. I got to drop some documents off at the courthouse.
Yes,
I'm
God.
frantic. And I'm trying to plan me a last minute Caribbean trip. It's like I really want to go to my brothers in California, but if I drive because I want to take my dogs, why drive 9-10 hours and I can hop on a plane and be in Mexico in two?
You better
So
say it.
You know what I mean? So I think I may try to
Child.
do a little something. We'll see. But
Choices.
choices, child. Yes, ma'am. But as for tonight, I'm gonna be editing these videos. To my cutie mods, thank you guys so much. We had Pink Diva, also known as Pink Table Topics. You guys that are in the chat, make sure you are subscribed to Prosperity Thick Girl, Pink Table Topics, Hannah Grace. Who else did we have? Mildred Conversations and Cocktails. Any content creators that was in the chat, make sure you guys are subscribed. Shout out to the new subscribers. I appreciate you guys. I did see a lot of new faces and new names. Thank you guys for keeping it cute in the comments. Thank you to my cutie crew, Stephanie, Sherry, Prosperity, Ernestine, Deshonda, Austin, Sherry Pittman. We had a lot of cutie crew. Darling represent Angela Richardson. Let's be clear. It was so many of the cutie crew representing as always. Thank you guys so much. Thank you again to Prosperity for the super chat. Deborah Jackson for the super chat. I thank you all for joining me. I can't even put my doggone theme music on. I am upset, but I may have something else. Child, like I said, I don't want to play any music, but I'm going to go ahead and play this one. Love you guys. Happy Friday to you. Be safe. Be safe. We will talk before Thanksgiving, but check on your strong friends. Check on those that may be going through the holiday blues, friends or family or whoever, because it's real. But again, thank you guys. Prosperity. Have a good night. Red Ann, have a good night.
Nighty night, babe. Thank you.
Cuties in the
Good
chat, have a
night. Good night, everybody.
You are welcome. Good night. All right. And I will most likely be doing a power hour tomorrow afternoon, maybe when I take my doggies to the groomer, because we're going to have some updates on this case. But love each and every one of you, and I will chat with you guys soon. Bye.
You think you got it, oh, you think you got it, but got it, just don't get it if there's nothing at all. We've been together, oh, we've been together, but separate's always better when there's feelings involved. It's what they say. Then what next, then what next, then what next, then what next, then what next? Love exception. So why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why,
All right, I think I may run that one back one more again. I'm upset. Oh, I'm so upset, but it is what it is. I was trying to sing Teresa. That's my little favorite part of that. So let me put some dancing emojis again. You guys have a wonderful night. Good night, sis. I see you, Deshonda. Good night. Good night. Good night, Prosperity. Good night, Tay. Good night, Red Ann. Good night, Simply Beautiful. That's my first time seeing you. Good night, sis, Pink Diva, Patricia T. I'm sorry to those of you that I missed your comments. I didn't see Simply Beautiful. I didn't see Patricia T. But again, thank you guys so much for joining me. You guys have a great night. Oh, Lord, I was about to play my beat that I can't play. Lord have mercy. All right, guys. Good night.
You think you got it, oh, you think you got it, but got it, just don't get it if there's nothing at all. We've been together, oh, we've been together, but separate's always better when there's feelings involved. It's what they say. Then what next, then what next, then what next, then what next, then what next? Love exception.